Yo, what is up, everybody? It's your boy Drew. I meant to go live last night, fell asleep, putting the boys asleep. I woke up just long enough. I woke up and deleted the stream off StreamYard, but apparently it doesn't delete it off of YouTube. So I apologize if you guys were in here last night waiting. I just passed out, bro. New job's been working me. But we're going to do it tonight. Thanks for being here. I'm going to open the panel up in a little bit. I wanted to, we're on the Chromebook here too. So my desktop's dead. The Chromebook sometimes gives me issues. We'll see. It's acting nice tonight, but we'll see. Good to see you guys here, man. What I kind of wanted to get into tonight, at least to start with, is the theme I kind of had for 2023 was make conspiracies schizo again. And I went back to this well a couple times, but it's just such a good well, is the everything surrounding Barack Obama, like coming out of George Bush, and 9/11 happened. And I think 9/11 was kind of almost everyone's introduction to these types of, rabbit holes and everything. And so it took a few years, even though George Bush was in there for a while. It took a few years to kind of start digging and getting into everything. And then Barack Obama came on the scene, and there was just like a slew of conspiracies. And there still is to this day. And obviously, one of the biggest ones is Barack Obama being like the Antichrist character. The Antichrist being a man that does not love a woman, right? And to go with that would be the ideal that Michelle Obama being a man. It's like conspiracy canon at this point. It's Big Mike, it's Michael. I'm putting this video out there. I hope Michael runs or Michelle runs in 2024. And I hope the opposite side of that is Trump. I want to see the headline. I want to see the WrestleMania headliners. I want to see Trump versus Obama on the marquee. I want to see those two names. And I almost wonder if Michelle did come out and say, yeah, our transgenders were persecuted back in our day, so we had to, do this all under the radar. I wonder if she came out and did that. I think she would get more support from the left and a lot of people, right? Even though the reality would be admitting your entire life is fake and everything was a lie. I think a lot of people would actually support that. So, but I also think, to me, just TLDR before we dive into it too deep, is the Michelle Obama, you see it dancing on Ellen, and you see it dancing, or all the pictures with the packages and the things swinging and everything. There's a lot in common with that to the Hunter Biden laptop, right? It's like they got you looking at dicks. The conservative, for some reason, the conservative conspiracies are all about like looking at dicks, looking at sick Podesta art pictures, thinking about child trafficking and child sacrifice and all this crazy shit all day and all night, man. And I think that's what a lot of that seems to be based on to me. So it almost wouldn't be a surprise to me if this entire thing is a troll. Like, it's out there to make you're supposed to see that thing swinging on Ellen, you're supposed to understand and see that it's a big, huge, bigger than Barack and everything. But maybe just to make you think that, and now you're thinking about, transgenderisms and all this stuff, looking at dick swinging shit. So I don't know, but obviously, man, where this thread kind of starts is with the Joan Rivers. Gotta play. It's classic. Oh, I better not have it.
Miss Rivers, how are you? You made a ton of news officiating the wedding in New York yesterday. Is this like a new cottage career move for you?
I'm so excited.
Okay.
And I should do very well because I don't show.
And do you think that the country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman
we
president?
already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
Michelle, is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
Oh gosh. It's okay. She does the.
Now, if you believe in an actor-based reality type theory, or if you, at least to entertain it, you don't necessarily have to 100% believe it, but to look at it from that perspective of post-conspiracy, actor-based reality, world's a stage, everything's this is predetermined to do this, to put that narrative out there. As soon as Obama got in to the office, there was tons of videos of hecklers calling him the Antichrist and everything to plant those seeds in your mind. So this would be another one of those things. And then, according to the official fiction, shout out to Benton, that shortly after this video here, Joan Rivers goes in for, I believe it's a routine throat surgery, and then mysteriously dies. So the implication is that the Obamas took her out for spilling the beans, even though you can see the thing swinging. There's pictures of it bulging out everywhere. Also in this video, what is she? The address is like
The wedding in New York
666 or something like that, if I remember right. Let me see if I can get that up there on the screen. And sorry, I'm not looking at the chat right now. Give me a minute. I'm trying to see that address. It's been a while since I kind of. It's an address that shows on the left there. Now, Joan Rivers herself looks like a creature. And if you're young and you don't know who that is, my grandma loved Joan Rivers. Shout out to Grandma Oni. It's just like a old timer, like a comedian. Kind of a little bit raunchy for her times, but not like the women comedians of today. Like, so I have a vagina? Not that kind of humor. But 606. So that was the address here that she was in front of. So who knows if that's part of it at all. But another thing that the conservatives, I've seen this several times around conspiracy forums, and conservatives, they'll quote this book. They'll say this proves that Michelle Obama is a transgender. And the book is called Michelle Obama's Official White House Guide to the Rights and Privileges of Transgender Persons. And for some reason, I don't know, just because someone made this book and put her on the cover, put that in the title. It's not even written by her. It has nothing to do with her. The whole thing is basically just somebody made it, right? And it's like a troll in and of itself. And then right wing or conservatards will be quoting that as like, this is a proof. This is a proof that it's a man. And it's completely she has nothing to do with that. It does say here, yeah, but him and his wife, when they were in that, they were the champions of that movement, the transgender movement. And they were, that's when you started seeing all the gay marriages started slowly, it was like a few states here and there, and then a few more, and then a few more, kind of snowballed. And that book that's not written by her, that this picture is of this cover, it quotes, it's about the LGBTQ plus P for the kid diddlers. It's just like, basically it's a troll or just a misinformation thing that's printed. And then it's to try to make it sound like she's for that. Obama did sign the LGBT workplace discrimination. Obama declared June to be LGBTQ Pride Month. And this is a decent one too, of not really a conspiracy here, but just kind of showing how Obama was at the forefront here of championing, I can't even say the word, that movement to new heights.
President Obama will be coming out soon. Out on stage. Calm down, people.
Ever since I entered into public life, ever since I have a memory about what my mother taught me and my grandparents taught me, I believe that discriminating against people was wrong. I had no choice. I was born that way. In Hawaii. And I believe that discrimination because of somebody's sexual orientation or gender identity ran counter to who we are as a people. And it's a violation of the basic tenets on which this nation was founded.
Yeah, obviously, dude, I'm not saying this is a brand new conspiracy. I'm saying if you look at it, though, from the lens of that it's put out there for you to see it that way, right? Like, truther will just gobble it up and say, oh, yeah, it's true. She's definitely a man, right? But there's a whole nother layer to it, is what I'm trying to add to it, that they're putting it out there for you to see. They're putting that all these books and all these different things, the Ellen thing swinging. It's all for, oh, we got our boy Smith here. Hold on a second. Let's let Smith run the numbers here.
What's
What's
up,
up,
man?
Smith? Can you hear me?
Yeah, how you doing?
Good. What's up, my man?
Oh, not much. Just had some stuff on Big Mike.
What do you got on Big Mike?
So you got Gatorade, like gay Toro aid. A bowl is a Toro. Gatorade's known for the lightning bolt. Like Luke 10:18, I beheld Satan as lightning from the heights. And I don't think people put enough thought to this. I know it's too obvious, but in the Hebrew, it's Barack Bama, BARAQBAMAH. I mean, it couldn't. I don't think it could be more obvious and out there. Have you heard of that before?
No.
It's pretty interesting.
Do you think it's actually a man?
Definitely, yeah.
Do you think it's Wayne Brady?
I think it's Michael. I from what they said, Michael Robinson. Yeah, at this point, who knows? With a lot of people, they changed. Jamie Foxx looks way different. Biden way different. I mean, but yeah, it's definitely a dude.
Okay,
No
then
pictures.
Hey, since you're here, let me ask you something. But understand, we got to kind of dance around it a little bit.
Yeah.
We got to dance around how we talk about this because of the algorithm.
Okay.
What do you got? Any codes on LeBron's son?
I hadn't looked into that yet.
Oh man, I thought for sure you'd have something on that by now.
I forget here's a quick one. I forget the link that I had that was a good link between it, but from Jeffrey Epstein's birth to LeBron's, the day before 12,666 days, and we had the coronavirus, and he's King James, and but I forget the better link with that there.
And then so if you guys didn't hear, his son, LeBron James' son, they call him Bronny. He's about to be a freshman in college, and he had a cardiac arrest on the practice. So the entire reason LeBron's even still playing, even though he's old as hell, is he says he wants to play in the NBA with his son. So he's got to play like 2 more years, I think, to make that happen.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Elon Musk, who he rebranded Twitter, is no longer Twitter. It's now X.
X marks the spot.
That's right. So
Mark of the beast. It's the X marks the spot eclipse. And X is the 24th letter, and it's going to be in Texas.
And Elon was on Twitter. He was saying it's because of obviously we got to kind of dance around it, but the medicine they were trying to blame, or Elon was kind of suggesting that. And that's where everyone goes. That's where everyone goes to begin with any kind of
you'd
joke.
think, yeah, at this point.
Oh, you didn't think that? That's the whole number one narrative right now. But I can't really talk about it too hard here because they'll just instantly strike it if you're suggesting that.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I've seen that out there. I just heard about it probably 3 hours ago and read a quick thing, and people were saying that.
Yeah, he's got there'll be more to it, I bet. You think he's sacrificing his own son or something, LeBron?
That'd be crazy. No, I don't think so. I almost think it's what they're going to do is be like, there's no way it's that, and then they try to normalize that, just how that happens already. Like, how'd you not know that 20-year-old perfectly healthy people that have cardiac arrest or whatever, you know. So
Well, that's already happening with the soccer players and everything like that.
yeah. Yeah, I think it's just trying to normalize it. The thing I was saying though about that Luke 10:18, and so Brittany Griner is also born 10:18.
Brittany Grinder.
Yeah,
the big
and
old
the day
man.
before, so another one off. The day before she was born, Obama was 10,666 days old. I'm not into Satan. This is what I do. I'm sorry, I count dates. Like that's what I do.
Right.
So
And what you got anything on Donnie Darko and the
Donnie Darko, it's the dark eclipse. The dark
I
O
knew you
of
were gonna
the
say that,
eclipse.
dude. It's the dark eclipse.
Yes,
and
and
the two
Donald
Analimas, that's
Trump,
the 88. That's the
Donald Trump was
Donald
born.
Trump 88.
He
code.
was born on a full blood moon eclipse.
That's true.
So you're saying about Trump in the 88. Trump, he's the 45th president. I just did a post on this. So that's all I do is community posts. So I just did one. I put this out a long time ago. So these are like old comments that I put in my community post. Trump was a 45th president. Like some called it a cult, like a cult 45. A cult's a horse. And from Trump's birth to the Cavaliers' first game, a Cavalier is a horseman, 8,888 days.
And Trump also owned what was it, USFL football team, right?
Oh, okay.
The Generals, the New Jersey Generals.
Okay, yeah, no, I didn't know that. But
We
yeah,
got on that. You got
Blood
the
Moon
numbers.
Eclipse. There's a second painting of Mona Lisa's. I don't know if anybody's seen that. This is not mine, but I like Angel White on YouTube. He just does these things of Trump every once in a while. But he's showing another painting of like the Mona Lisa, and it's her pregnant, and she's under the eclipse, and it's supposed to be Trump's mom. And then people know of the relation with the Christ as his mom or dad's.
Yeah, his mom's name is
mom's
Christ.
name. Yeah, it's crazy.
What's the second Mona Lisa? This is like a new thing, or like are you saying they like unearthed an old one?
I think it's another painting by him, but it's like I don't know that that they're directly giving reference to the Mona Lisa in it, but he's saying, look at the similarity. I mean, because you can see it. He lays it out. It's pretty obvious and blatant, and shows the Bank of America murals and different shit with that's got Trump on there.
So what's going to happen on the eclipse?
I think on or before, I think that, they used to sacrifice to him, and I'm not like trying to, be weird when I say that. I just, I don't know. It's significant, definitely. And so somebody else pointed out to me, there was another eclipse 2 years ago. It didn't occur in America. This one makes a direct X right over America, right where they've built a pyramid even over that X, I believe. And it's passing, going to have totality in Torreon, Mexico. It's the bull, Barry Toro. We should have buried him.
Bro,
Metaphorically. Of course.
Bro, listen.
You suck.
I've been trying to tell you, Drew. Trump was the 45th president, and he's going to be the 47th president also.
616th prime, 4547. That's the alternate number of the beast.
You're thinking too hard, bro. You think you are. So 4 plus 5 is 9, and 4 plus 7 is 11. 9, 11.
Oh, there we go.
Don't let it drag you away,
Yeah.
dude. You know what I'm saying? They're going to pop off the next big one on Trump's next watch. Right. I'm telling you.
Yeah, George Orwell's second book is To Shoot an Elephant. That's the
What does that have to do with
Party.
it? Oh, okay, I get
You
it.
suck. Smith, you're crazy. You're so gullible, man. I'll tell the world. Smith is crazy. He's crazy, world.
You think they're gonna have the Donald Trump head wound, Smith?
I mean, seems like they could. It's that, or he comes back as the hero and is the one who takes the guns and fully implements everything, because he made it seem like it wasn't his fault, kind of, but everything still happened. He still declared it a pandemic, even though he was saying there's a lie. Then stick to your guns. Everyone now 3 years later, everybody knew that it was a lie. The whole time he called it, but then he folded, and then all that stuff still happened. He could have put an end to it. He could have not done Operation Warp Speed.
He said, "Take the guns first, do project second, do process second."
Made General Bart the head guy in the military. He was going to be in charge of giving people vaccines, and it was going to be the St. Bart's massacre all over. But it didn't happen. I like
Biden. I think Biden's criminally underrated. How funny he is. I think he's hilarious.
Oh my gosh. I think that's part of the grift, like with Bush.
Yeah, that's
how
exactly just like Bush.
He couldn't do nothing, man. Look how dumb this guy is.
Exactly. That's how you're the mark. They just act like they're dumb.
Yeah.
And people are like, "Oh, Biden's shitting his diapers."
Yeah. Really, it looks like he's got a mask on sometimes. I don't know if you see that.
There's like
folds on the neck, or it looks like he's fuck.
It could all very easily be an act.
Yeah.
Very.
Yeah.
And then soon it'll be exit stage left. Trump will come back in and fucking enslave us or something. Hope not, but.
So it's funny that you mentioned 1984 because I've read that book several times, right? And in that book, they talk about so they're all living under like totalitarian communist despotism in that book, right? But there's a theme of betrayal throughout the entire book, people betraying each other, and communism is basically like snitch culture anyway, right? You're always snitching out your neighbors so you can get yourself out of trouble or whatever, right? But there's towards the beginning of the book, they talk about there was a great betrayer that betrayed the people and brought in the way the world is now. And I think they might be talking about somebody like a Trump-like character that's supposed to be like the savior of the people, and everybody puts their trust in him, and then he slams the door shut on everybody. And like you said, takes the guns. The fact that he was born on a blood moon, the elites or whoever you want to call them, the evil people in the world, really want to use that shit.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say, Drew?
No, I just said the Jays.
It's always them, right? But
he loves them.
And he does love them.
This isn't my own research. You've heard his son has a chip plant at 666 5th Street.
Yeah.
What kind of chips?
That's why I like Cecil, because he's woke to the Jays. Cecil's not afraid to name them.
I mean, I don't really have anything to lose, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't want that to be construed as like me freaking saying I'm gonna do anything, because I'm not. But it's still like, and actually, well, I don't really want to talk about that. But yeah, it's you want to know what I really think is going on with them. I think they know something. Like there's some type of hidden esoteric knowledge that they know about human beings. And
yeah, absolutely. The Jewish mysticism.
Yeah, like the Kabbalah and all that shit that's like deep. Like they know certain secrets about the way our race works and about like actual history. And they're using that shit to their advantage somehow.
My wife has this book, and it talks about how the Haitians and the voodoo, and everyone thinks it's like a Haitian culture voodoo thing, and it's all, if you trace it back, it's all from Jews that went to Haiti like a long time ago and taught the Haitian people that type of stuff.
Supposedly, so it's funny you mentioned that, because I've read The Serpent and the Rainbow from Wade Davis. He's like one of the most famous authors on that. So, well, the Serpent and the Rainbow was made into a movie, right? So it became famous. But there's also several French people that are experts on that. But they're saying supposedly that it was transplanted Western from West Africa, right?
What was?
But I don't think so, because the French.
What was transplanted?
Haitian voodoo was
Okay.
like when the Spanish and the French established that as a slave colony, they brought that from West Africa. But there's no like they've gone back to West Africa. Historians and shit have gone over there and interviewed people. There's nothing resembling that. So you might be right. Like, so that colony was Spanish before it was French. And there's this thing called a Sephardic J. They're basically Spanish J's, right? And the religion of Santeria, which is Spanish based, is like in certain parts of Mexico and Central America, is very, very close to Asian Buddha. So there's more evidence that it came from European Jays than there is that it came from Africa.
Yeah, I'd have to see if my wife would be willing to call in and talk about that. And yeah, Daniel Luna, we're not saying like 100% of them, or I'm not saying that like every single one of them is involved in it at all. Absolutely not.
The easiest way to explain it is, different racial groups have criminal syndicates, mafias. The Japanese have the Yakuza, and the Italians are famous for having these groups. The Russians, the Mexicans have the cartels and shit. Well, the Jays are no different. They have evil, criminal syndicates within their culture. So nobody's saying that 100%. I think it's
right.
At this point, tired of having to explain it. Like,
well, what's funny is I was just playing I was playing some Michael Jackson today for my kids, just for whatever, right? And then that one song, they don't care about us, and then he says like sue me, Jew me, kill me, kike me, and they cut those two words out. And I was like, man, you can say anything on these rap songs, or you can show anything. You can show full ass, fucking butthole. You can show anything on YouTube, but you can't even say the name of these people.
Well, the reason why they get away with that is because they claim that it's in an artistic context. So it's art when they do it, but if I want to point out a pattern that I'm seeing over the course of history and in modern age, all of a sudden I'm being racist. And you're right, dude. It's not just the Jew elite. There is an everything elite, but they are a major part of it and have been for a long time. Okay,
you sound like Kanye.
That dude is.
Your PayPal's going down, bro.
He's a little. I don't have one. He's a little. That dude's a little crazy, man. I'm just saying. There's freaking all gangsters of all different races. The people you can't criticize are the ones that are in control of you. I believe that's a quote from George Orwell.
And Tranquil Vortex. Vortex. I have to clip out that damn rap you did about Archaics. I still have that.
Hey man, I'm gonna have to dip out, but hey, just real quick, what about the Pope having like the most money on Earth? Just about Vatican City,
right?
I don't know if anybody's heard that. I mean, I guess none of the things verifiable, but has anybody else heard that?
I heard that they have the largest collection of pornography on the planet.
Yeah.
Who does? The Catholic Church?
Yeah. Because they're studying it. They're studying the evil.
Yeah.
We'll have to get EBT to fact check that one. I saw a link when I was going through this stuff today. I don't even know if it's true, but it said I didn't click it yet. I should find it, but it said the Pope invited the person that made like a piss crucifix to the Vatican today, and then like also it was like it said like porn stars and some other like degenerates, and so people were pissed that he brought those people there.
Oh yeah,
I don't even know how true that is.
But hey man, thanks for having me up. I gotta hang out with fam for a minute. So
Thanks for the
Peace.
info.
You guys have a good night. Take care.
I love all the truthers that are like, you guys don't know the truth, man. Only I know the truth. You guys can't handle the truth.
Narcissism.
That's what it's all based on. It's like people at this channel, we know the real truth. Our people know.
Yeah.
If anybody else wants to join in, the link's pinned. I just wanted to blast through a few of these old school Obama conspiracies real quick. I miss them. I want him back. Did you ever see this one where they say he was like this Indonesian sex cult, the Sabud cult they call it, and this dude's like the Indonesian leader of that cult. They say that's his dad. Let's see if I can.
Well, supposedly he's the product of like a white woman and a Kenyan man, right?
Right, Barack Obama Sr. is his father.
Okay.
So when there was like a thing on Twitter years ago that was like showed Barack Obama with like a Kenyan passport, and everyone's like, "See, this is proof he's from Kenya." But it was his dad's. It was his dad's shit because it was like 2 years before Obama was even born. Now, when I saw this one, this is like an old school meme that this is a crazy ass cult if you look into it, but it reminded me of this. I don't know if anyone's ever really covered this in this community. Maybe they have, but this is the lady Loretta Fuddy, Hawaiian Department of Health Director. Now, this is the lady that signed off on releasing his birth certificate to the public. So what happened is somebody popped in. I can't see him on the backstage yet. Give me a minute. When she was involved in a plane crash shortly after that.
An amazing video
Just want to turn it down a little bit. And
of what it was like.
there was a guy with a GoPro on the.
In a grand caravan, a puddle jumper headed to Honolulu inexplicably stopped.
Engine just made a
So this plane crashes and almost everyone survives except her, Loretta Fuddy. This was like shortly after she signed off on a birth certificate. And so even this, like, there was a huge, I remember there was like
because the camera is inside a
conspiracy about this when it came out because it was I'll show you here in one second.
9 people on board survived the crash itself.
No, and the wing was right there. I figured everyone was rushing.
So they all basically caught onto the wing, and then the one lady ended up dying though, the Loretta Fuddy. And it, there was big speculation that what you just saw, that film or the live GoPro or the GoPro, that plane crash was like, people were saying there was like divers in the water, and so these divers were there to like take her out. Like they sunk that plane on purpose to bring that plane down, and then the divers come like take that lady out. And then you can see it here. This video here kind of slows it down. So you'll see.
How is this
Can you see my cursor?
Because she signed
Okay,
off.
this
on
is
birth certificate.
yes, to releasing it. And then this is like right after that. So this little plane goes down. And then hold on, is this not playing or what? Why does it keep just not playing? There it goes. So if you see right here in the middle, there's this thing pops up. Looks like a scuba diver. It's got like a yellow scuba tank or something on its back. And that's the Loretta Fuddy right here in front of them. Whatever.
So this
was a huge
found her and took her out.
And they have a diver right there, yeah, to take. I'm not saying that that's true, but that's what this the conspiracy was at the time. And that's kind of my point with Obama, is like, if this was just any other person with a GoPro on see this guy coming up right here, this yellow is his like scuba tank. He's got a mask. and he comes out. It happens so fast in the real video, though. Like, you don't really see it on the regular one. But my point is, like, this had nothing to do with Obama. Would you even see that there? Would you even think twice? You know what I mean? It's almost like it's just you're trained and bred to like see this stuff, especially when it comes to Obama, because it's from the first time they talked about him, there's hecklers out there and stuff calling him the Antichrist.
I think that they could have done that a lot easier than going through all that shit. You know.
Yeah, the sending a diver and all that shit. Yeah, it's like a lot of extra steps to just take somebody out. Yeah. Really, if you want to be a real conspiracy theorist, you would say she agreed to sign off for it and she faked her death. They allowed her to just escape to do that. They did that for her.
Right.
What's going on? I'm looking at the chat here for the first time. Everyone's fighting away. Crosshat says that was a scuba diver.
All right.
I mean, it even could be. It could just be staged, you know, just to like fuck with this small set of people, just to gaslight them.
You let me up. So, the dystopian book and movie hoax. All right. So, like, everyone knows Aldous Huxley is in the gang, right? So is George Orwell. They didn't write these books to warn us about things. They wrote these books to make the dystopian model seem worse than reality. So you would read 1984 and you would think, I'm not a slave. I'm not in a dystopia because it's not as bad as 1984. It's like pushing the fucking goals further. That's all it is. Every like the Hunger Games, all these fucking books and movies, they're just to push the goalposts further. They're not like, hey, it's dystopia when we get here. It's, hey, you're not in dystopia because we're not here.
I see what you're saying. You're like, okay, well, at least I'm not Neo, like plugged into a pod as a battery.
Yeah, exactly. It's just to push the goalposts further. It's their normal shit, and people love not like 1984. Like 1984 kind of woke me up in general.
Yeah.
But like when I dug into it and I found out who George Orwell was, when I dug into it and I found out who Aldous Huxley was, like, no, they're not our saviors. They're part of the system, and they're just pushing the goalposts. That's all they're fucking doing. I'm sorry. Like, well, they weren't trying to wake us up. They were gaslighting us and letting us think, hey, it's not that bad. It could be this. That's all those books are saying.
I think we're in thinly veiled 1984 right now, and that George Orwell was a prophet.
Okay, so we were in thinly veiled whatever 20, 40, 70 years ago. That's not the point. The point is they were writing you a story, and they were telling you shit isn't that bad. This is what it would be like if it was bad, and you read that book and you thought it wasn't that bad because it wasn't as bad as that goddamn book. The book was a fucking lie.
Show that other eye.
I think it's a map. I think it's a self-fulfilling.
Which way do I gotta go? There, I got two eyes.
Okay.
The book was a fucking lie. The book was just pushing the goalposts further and further out. Like, I hate when people love fucking Huxley and they love Orwell. Those people were not good people. They were not looking out for you. They were just pushing the goalposts. That's all. That was the fucking agenda of those people. Every dystopian novel was just to push the fucking goalposts further. That's all it was.
And I totally believe that if it wasn't for the fact that we're actually living in thinly veiled 1984 right now.
No, we were always in 1984. The idea of the book 1984 was to push the goalposts. It's not fucking rocket science.
But what if we're in 19?
We're not.
Yeah, I'm not tracking. I'm sorry.
Drew, that was fucking
Right now.
hilarious, and we're not in the book. That was hilarious, though. That's why I love you, Drew.
Appreciate you.
But no, those books, all dystopian books and novels, were just to push the goalposts. They're not trying to warn you. They weren't trying to warn you.
Then when they wrote the book, do
Huxley,
you think they were
Orwell, they're
pushing
all
the
in the club. They're not trying to warn you. They're just trying to push the fucking goalposts. That's all they were fucking doing.
They were all feds. Everybody was a fed. Don't trust them.
Your ma was a fed.
She did look like a fed.
I thought so. She cooked some nice sausage gravy, I bet, though. I'm just saying.
Appreciate you. I'm gonna bounce Dan out. He said that it was to push the goalposts.
Okay.
Something to it.
I mean, okay, yeah, I agree. It could get worse than it is right now. But the fact of the matter is 90% of the people in the world right now, or you know, at least here in America, can't even see how bad it is right now.
That is true.
You know,
that's the problem. Yeah, is that most of the people are so under the programming. They're like, I don't even know.
Exactly. A major theme in 1984 is mind control through mainstream media. Look at what we have right now.
That's what I was picking up what you were putting down about the Jays, is that's what they know, is like they know like psychological manipulation techniques, like deep rooted shit on how our brain is wired. That's what I think anyway. I mean, I can never prove that, but I think when you look at the propaganda and like how fine-tuned it is and everything like that, it's like it's pretty obvious. It's highly like scientific, and they know I think everything that happens is like exactly how they designed it to happen. That's why I think like especially these conspiracies like Michelle Obama and stuff, they just have to show you this. They don't have to even show you the thing swinging on Ellen. They can just show you like, you know, she's big and everything to steer that like that crowd's thoughts into that direction.
Right. I don't think they're the final boss though. There's definitely
like demons or something.
Say what?
Do you think they answer to like demons or something?
I don't want to speculate because the truth is I don't know. But like if you look at the diagram, like it's a pyramid.
Yeah, there's no way anyone could know. I was just wondering what you thought. Like obviously
it could be something like that, but again, like I said, I think they at the highest echelon of their society, the ones that we're talking about, they're like trying to pull strings and do bad things to people. Maybe they have, you know, dealings with some type of otherworldly powers or something. But I don't think I think that the way that they got there though is that they know like hidden secrets or something like that that's been passed down from a long time ago. Like maybe they have all the books of the Bible and like have been able to decipher like hidden knowledge or some shit. I don't know.
I think they know how to communicate with like what you'd call a demon, basically like some type of an intelligence that's not of this world, that's able to give them, you know, whatever diagram, maybe some tech. Maybe they get the idea for the tech or something. They don't give them the tech. They don't hand them the tech. But if you take some whatever mescaline or whatever and communicate with these things, maybe they can kind of help seed that thought in your mind on how to build something like that.
Basically the opposite of like the Vril society and how they were able supposedly to like communicate with like beings from another planet and tell that those beings were able to explain to them how to build like flying saucers or whatever, right? The Glocken and all the other stuff, or uncover stuff or whatever. But like, I don't know, man. Maybe they know freaking black magic or whatever. Again, and I'm not talking about all of them. You know, there's various sects. I think it's really odd, you know, that like, if you look at an ancient map of Khazaria, because that's what the Jewish criminal syndicate has been accused of being called, the Khazarian Mafia. I don't know if you've ever heard that before, but Khazaria actually used to be an actual country in a long time ago. And if you look at an ancient map of Khazaria, and if you look at a map of like freaking modern day Ukraine, they almost could overlap entirely or perfectly. And there's been rumors and speculation that's basically part of the reason why Russia's invading there is they're trying to kick the shit out of like ancient devil worshiper cults there or some shit like that. I don't know. It's just a theory.
I'm trying so hard. I'm trying to find that like old, it's like a hieroglyph or something where there's like a demon, it's like holding something on a string, and then it's like a guy, you know what I mean? Like looks like a J or something, and then the next level down, it's like a more normal looking person. You guys know what I'm talking about? I can't figure out what to put in to find that.
Wait, what are you talking about? The Baphomet or Baphomet?
No,
or
there's like a it's a meme, but it's like a hieroglyph of like, it's basically like these larger beings, like almost like a demon, and it's got like a carrot on a string. Basically, in front of it is like, then there's like a rabbi or something, and then in front of the rabbi's holding a carrot on a string, and in front of him is like you know, whatever, like a normal looking person or whatever.
Okay,
like
I think I know what you're
layers of it though. I can't find it. Nero Jack, what's up, man?
What's up, bro?
How you guys doing? I might have been behind in the stream, but I had to call in because I was kind of in and out because I was busy. But what I heard Cecil talking about the you know, the Vril and Khazarians and all that, like I actually agree with that, and I haven't heard many people make that point, so that's why I'm calling in. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, you weren't very far behind at all.
So many people like there's the cover story, of course, of like the racisms and all that kind of stuff. But if you freaking look a little bit deeper, our boy Uncle Addy was actually invited to join a bunch of organizations like the Vril Society and whatnot. Those societies were already in existence, like pre-World War I. You know, it's funny that like for example, the NSDAP, which was what their party was, the National Socialists, whatever. I used to know all of that. What that was like their party, the name of their party. He was actually the 555th member of that, because I remember seeing his membership card somewhere, a reprinting of that. And like the Vril Society was like, you weren't anything in it. In fact, I think it was almost exclusively women that were like these psychic mediums that believed in having long hair because the hair was like an antenna that allowed them to communicate with aliens from the supposed white homeworld of the white race. Like supposedly the white people. That's what I was trying to explain. Like my first time on camera here.
I got you. Yeah, when Jim Bob was on.
Yeah, he was he was definitely on a sick one that night. But anyway, so the planet is Aldebaran. It's like in the brightest. So the brightest star in the constellation of Taurus is called Alpha Tauri, and Aldebaran is circling Alpha Tauri, right? So that star was like dying or getting too cold to support life, right? And if you look at white people, the reason why white people look the way they are is because it's an environmental adaptation for Arctic or subarctic conditions. You know, blonde hair is for reflecting the light away, not getting snow blindness, and we have hair all over our bodies and shit like that, right? Well, the people from Aldebaran were actually a race of red-haired blue giants. And they had life extension technology and were capable of getting on these flying saucers that are driven by a gravity drive. They basically take a solid forged ring and spin it really fast and then use other magnets to manipulate its angle, and that's how they create motion, right? And they left their solar system and came here, and we're talking like pre-Great Flood. And if you,
I don't want to interrupt you. I just want to ask one question. I'm sorry. So do you first of all, do you believe all this, and secondly, where's the main source for this? I'm asking just out of curiosity because I actually have been seeing this. I think wherever this is coming from, it is definitely informing some sort of cultural movement that's happening right now, and that's why I'm calling him. But I just want to ask those two questions, and then I want you to continue.
I mean, my official statement on anything is, as far as me believing it, is I wasn't there, so I don't know for sure. Now, I've read reports that there was a couple of people, our military, while they were over in the Middle East, specifically in Iraq and Afghanistan, took down a couple of giants. There's actually a very famous report of an American.
I remember that from back in the day.
Yeah. I believe that was in Afghanistan.
Yeah, in Afghanistan, and a giant red-haired giant came out and they killed it. 100 rounds at the base or some shit like that.
Right. And it had 6 fingers, red hair, bluish skin.
They always had 6 fingers in the giant story.
So there are like droplets of truth or supposed reports that people have been hearing, right? Now the whole thing about psychic mediums and hair and all that kind of stuff, I do believe in psychic mediums, right? You know, there's certain parts of it that I do believe. I mean, yeah, you can create, like if you go and actually try to create real or try to get real electromagnets, like the kinds that they have in junkyard that pick up cars, you have to have a license, and they ask you what it is that you want those for. You know, I'm not talking about like refrigerator magnets. I'm talking about real magnets. I mean, obviously you can build one if you have a powerful, you know. So there are certain things, there are certain elements to the story that you can kind of piece together certain things. Now, as far as like, was I there? I don't know that aliens came here from Aldebaran.
Well, not to interject, but I just want to. I'm being a little selfish, but because I think there is something to this, whether it's totally true or not. And the first thing I want to say is like there is something like there's this movie called Iron Sky that I watched recently, just randomly picked it, and it's basically literally about the Vril story. And I thought that was very weird, and I was like, wait, why is it so detailed? And it's supposed to be a comedy, but like they're putting all these like details in it, and it's just very weird. But more than that, you know, they have this UFO thing going on, and then they have this like I really think that they're gonna really push anti-Semitism like for real as like a real thing. I think that's what's ramping up right now, and I don't know what that's all about, but I do think that they're about to run that psyop and just try to make everything about that in the United States. And
what do you mean? Just like they're gonna cry that everyone's being
yeah. I think they're gonna try to. I think they're actually trying to push people to actually do it. Like I think they're trying to force. I think they're trying to force that like as a thing. I don't know why that is, but I think they're actually trying to push that. Like and my question is like I don't really believe that the Jays are at the top of the pyramid either, just because if they're so smart and so good as they are, they would hide it better personally. But also I think there's got to be something more sinister going on. But you know, even if you put aside the demon stuff or whatever, right? Like there's some higher intelligence that's all this is about, right? Like it's not, there's a plan to do the things that we're seeing done, and it's not like a racial vendetta or whatever. Like there's obviously a lot more complex goal in mind, right? And you know, it could be like old money, it could be the Vril, you know, like it could be some like alien, for lack of a better term, like force of some sort. I'm not saying that I believe all this. I'm just saying like it makes more sense than, oh, it's just the J is controlling everyone. I just find that a very difficult pill to swallow.
Well, okay. I have a long-standing theory about what it is that they're going to try to do to America that's related to what you just talked about. They have certain things in place. Like, I believe that they feel like they don't need America anymore. For a long time, America was a good puppet, but you know, you probably have heard America described as a social experiment before.
Yeah, I actually think that's a literal thing. Like, I think it's literally a vehicle, and then where I agree with you. I think America's coming to the end of its utility, essentially.
Right. Okay. They're not ever going to try this shit again. Americans were just too free. But you need to understand though, one thing it's very important. There are certain elements within the United States military who are like die-hard constitutionalists. Think like, have you ever played any of the Fallout video games?
Yes, of course. Yep. Yep.
Like there is a Brotherhood of Steel-like entity that is actually really in existence. I just can't wait to hear everybody say, "Oh, this motherfucker thinks video games real."
Okay, I don't play a video game, so explain that to me. I don't get it.
There are hardcore technocrats, or do you know what I mean? Like people who like highly advanced technologically. Kind of like how the Joymans was back during World War II, you know, there's those people involved. Like our fucking space program was like an ex-Nazoid. Okay,
right. So you believe in space?
Yeah, dude. I'm around Earther. I don't believe that if what they're saying is true, if what physicists and whatnot are saying is true about total vacuum, I don't believe that we're capable of just flying rockets up there. Because something the size of a fucking Skittle could smash a freaking spaceship.
Yeah,
you know?
Right. And then to squash all the anti-space people, I would say I don't believe in space, but to me it would be all the same thing. Like to me it would be like an interdimensional type thing. Instead of 20 billion miles away, these entities are whatever, dimensions away or whatever.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick, I agree with both you guys on generally what you're saying, and I think the thing with the interdimensional thing is like if you see like Stephen Greer and these ex-CIA and Navy SEAL guys, they're all like basically admitting that all this technology is true, and I think it is true to some degree, but at the same time, like,
But
I
where
think,
is it? It's always like a cock tease. They're never going to show it. It's never come to fruition.
yeah, but I think they're just like letting you know that they're there, but they're going to try to spin it. And I think what Cecil's saying is actually true. It's actually like this kind of like underground militaristic group that is positioning itself in some way. But I want Cecil to finish. I'm curious.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Go back to the Fallout, like Steel people or whatever. I didn't understand that.
Okay, so in the video games, the Brotherhood, in the video games, the Fallout video games, there was this group. So do you know like the basic gist of Fallout?
Never played any first person shooter ever.
Okay, so basically the whole basic story of Fallout is you play as like a vault dweller. There's this corporation that builds these vaults that are basically fallout shelters, and throughout the various video games, you play as like somebody who survived total nuclear proliferation of the United States, or near total nuclear proliferation of the United States in one of these vaults. You like grew up in one. It's like a couple hundred years after China and America had a nuclear exchange. And then you go out into the world after America's been covered in nukes and there's fucking mutants everywhere. Okay. Well, in the game, the United States, there's certain elements of the United States military that survived. And it's because they were highly technologically advanced. And this group of people like held true to America's values, and like basically the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and whatnot was like their religion. And they're kind of like they model them in the games as sort of this like quasi-medieval like order of knights. And it's called the Brotherhood of Steel. And in the game, they have like some of the most highly technologically advanced technology in the entire game, like nuclear fission reactors and laser rifles and power armor and all that shit. Well, I'm not saying that there's an organization that exists exactly like the Brotherhood of Steel, but there is an organization that is comparable to them in existence right now. Most of them are living in, I'm sure you know what a dumb is, right? Deep underground military bunker. You've heard about okay. So anyway, it's kind of analogous to like a vault or, in the game.
This sounds like some archaic shit to me, like the Phoenix phenomenon comes and blows shit up, and then the elites escape and keep the tech and just take over again.
Well, there's bad people also that escape and live in bunkers. They're called the I can't remember what they're called now. The Echelon or something like that. The Enclave. The Enclave is what they're called in the games. And they're like evil people. Think like have you ever watched any of the Resident Evil movies?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
Dude, if you haven't,
gotta get my gamer shit up.
Yeah, well, the movies are actually based
I'm
on
still playing NBA 2K13.
Okay. All right. Anyway, there's definitely bad elites that survive into the future after the nuclear war, and that's
you mean their information survives?
I'm sorry?
You mean their information survives? You're not saying there's like 1,000-year-old people, right?
No. Well, the vaults, the fallout shelters are actually like a fully contained bunker that people like. There's generations of people like living and dying down there under the surface, and like no, they don't actually live for like 1,000 years or whatever, but like. There's like people who grow old and die in these things.
So you're saying like the byproduct of their society lives on.
Yes.
Okay.
In these bunkers. But anyway, the whole point that I'm trying to get to is there are things in place to basically do to America Like if a couple of switches are thrown and everything, they have the posture set to basically do to America what they did to Nazi Germany. Play them off as a play us off as a hyper racist society that's out of control, that's trying to take over the world, and a coalition of the willing, be it probably at the bare minimum China, because China's in position to be able to shed probably 200 million fighting age males. That's practically half the population of America, and they could do that and have no problem. That's by design, with their whole birthing thing of being for a little while, or I don't know, maybe they're still doing it. They said that they couldn't, you weren't allowed to have girls or some shit like that. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they did that to be able to raise a military, and that military, they could throw it all over the place. They could throw it at India, maybe, or Russia, or they could throw it at America. Right?
Did all three.
They could come down to Canada. Canada's practically a fucking communist country that probably would side with them. Or there's been speculations that they could come up through Mexico and attack Texas. But yeah, anyway. So there is basically the point that I'm trying to get to is there are things in place to make America look like Nazi Germany and take us down because of certain things, information warfare or information wars that they have lost, and the word has got out. Like they used to think that it was only as little as like 10 or 15% of America that knew the real story about the J Mafia that I've been talking about earlier. It's actually closer to like 30-35% because of sites that are very popular and stuff like that. So what were you going to say?
Oh no, in general, I pretty much agree with you, and I think the thing that I see that's going on is like I don't know if they need a military force like China, and also I think China is interdependent with the West to some degree, but I think what you're saying is very true, and I think that what I see coming is, my personal experience with most people from other countries is they see America as a very good example, and they don't want America to go away because they're kind of aware that, like, I mean, if they've been here at least, and I think if America goes away, it's no longer the example, and I think that's why they're trying to do everything they can to undermine America because, like you said, it's an example to other places. Like, like as much as I don't like all the immigration and stuff here, it does work to some degree because the people here have been good, and people here, do try to get along with other people. Like, when I've been overseas, really Americans are like the most honest, trustworthy people you can find. I mean, you're just not going to find much more better. People are very aware of that, but here in America, we're in such a bubble, we don't appreciate what we have, and I think it's going to go away pretty rapidly because we feel that we're secure because we got our guns, but I don't think they need to send in a force. I think they're just going to do it under the rug, and people are just going to be so demoralized that they're just going to let it split between their more than they. And, I think that military thing is always a backup, but I think in general we're doing it to ourselves because we're just so damn ignorant of what's really going on.
Well, part of the reason why I brought up like the military aspect of it is because I just wanted to point out that there's a certain percentage of America that's going to survive no matter what. There's a certain percentage of America that is dedicated to defending the American way, and it will live on, even if it has to live in a fucking bunker several miles under the surf. Like that America. You can talk about COG, continuity government, and all that kind of shit, but like, yeah, there's parts of it. But yeah, you're right. They don't need to freaking militarily attack us. They could freaking turn off our power and our water and shit.
Oh yeah, and just to be clear,
isn't this all just like doom porn shit though?
I'm just being real. Like, I think that America's already done, honestly. Like, I don't think there's going to be much choice, but like you said, I think it's going to live on through the people. But I'm not like a doomer about it. I'm just being realistic. Like, this is just how I see things are. Like, it's just how things are. We're too interdependent with the other countries. Our sovereignty is gone. You know what I mean? Like, it's better than other places, but just
I think that's the play with Trump, is that he's playing on people that have that same thought as you, Neurojack, and with their idea is that he would be able to come in and turn it around, America first, and bring back American production. And he talks about the American Freedom City, which is just the 15-minute city, basically. I think that's the sell for those people that kind of see that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they're trying to, like, not let people start thinking like you and I and Cecil. You know what I mean? Like, I think they don't want more people to wake up too quick. So they're trying to placate people, but I think the damage is kind of already done. And it's I'm not a doomer about it. Like, I don't think it's going to be the worst thing ever, but it's going to, a lot of people have this illusion that America is going to come back fighting, and it's just, I don't see.
America's too fat and lazy.
Yeah, exactly. We're victims of convenience, and unless they end that, then it's not really gonna. People are just too. Yeah, they're just too.
The youth is just completely destroyed, like either through the transgender, or gay, or even just pornography. Young men that come on jobs I've been working, like they can't even work, like 18, 20-year-old man. I think they're just so rotted from pornography, physically depletes you or something.
Well, and you gotta look at the rise of supposed autism and whatnot. At this point, this newer generation.
Shout out to Provo. Shout out to Talcott Clips.
We're talking about like generations and generations of like pollution poisoned, and porn probably does have a little bit of freaking
I think it really fucks them up, because especially now they're getting into it so young. They get a cell phone so young.
Well, and the other side of it is the women aren't really like interested in mating anymore. Like, women just like are so addicted to the dopamine attention. Like, they're not really. It's hard to. I think it's honestly better than ever for dating for men. Like, if you have like a little bit of daring.
Well, yeah. If you had a little coin and like a little bit of worked out just a little bit.
Oh yeah, exactly. Like, if I was young and single, it'd be the best time ever. But you'd
have to watch out for those reversos, man. You don't know what's under the hood. LOL surprise under there.
Yeah.
But the problem is gonna fall apart. Raising kids, so
you're breaking up, Neurojack.
I'm sorry. It's this double-edged sword. People aren't getting married and having kids, is what I was saying.
Right. Well, you can't even buy a house nowadays.
Right. So, dude, they're not. Yeah. The freaking anti-family shit here in America through population control and all that other shit is turned all the way up. They don't want us having successful relationships. They don't want us having kids. That's for sure. And
that's why I say what the nuclear war is the war on the nuclear family. Like, I don't think it's the bombs like the Oppenheimer movie. I think it's like a subversive, subversion, basically.
I 100% agree with you on that point. I think that's exactly. I mean, it's getting more and more obvious. Like, and the thing is, here's the difference though. Like, everybody wants to blame the Jays or blame, the New World Order, but I like to point the finger at everybody else. I'm like, it's you doing it to yourself. Like, you're allowing this to happen. So
that's true.
And it's just, it pisses me off because it's just, growing up in the South in like a nice little neighborhood and all your neighbors, and it's just totally different, dude. Like 30 years later, I just look back and I'm like, how the fuck did we get here? It's depressing.
It's not that long. Yeah, 30 years is not that long. So imagine another 30 years if it were to continue at the same trajectory.
Yep.
They don't
I mean,
really have to do much. You know, they just have to make sure no strong leaders emerge while they basically feed us a continuous pipeline of degeneracy. You know, I mean, there's always going to be outliers. There's always going to be people that are just going to be like in private say like, yo, I don't want any of that shit in my life. But I wonder if that's even enough. Because now they've got it turned all the way up, dude. It's like, no, your children are going to be exposed to this shit. If you try to freaking do anything about it, we'll figure out some way to take your kids from you through CPS or whatever the fuck. You know, oh, you lead a dangerous lifestyle because you freaking tried to run a freaking truther channel or some shit. And dude, that's why I was telling you, Drew. It's like, look, man, like when I was younger, I had this dream of having fucking a family, but it's like nowadays, I guess I just fucking missed my chance. But they will definitely use your kids against you if they have a chance. You will do what you there is a certain line that you will fall in line with, or else they'll try to take your kids, or you get caught doing something you weren't supposed to do, and they try to use your kids as leverage against you.
And I agree with you, but also I think like people like us and people in general, I think are going to start getting wiser and wiser. Like, like where I live at, I mean, it's becoming basically the Wild West again. Like pretty much people can do whatever crime they want. And if they're bold enough, they're going to get away with it. And I think people are starting to realize like, you're not going to have the protection of the state. And so people are going to stop participating in the government. And I think that's to some degree what they want. But, we're basically just going to have to try to fly under the radar like the illegals and everyone else does. Like, we're just going to have to like.
Who's we? The white people?
I guess that's the way I would look at it. I mean, what I see in the minority community is like, especially look at like Asians, like, they just ride the line between the gray market and the actual market. You know what I mean? Like they kind of put on a front, like they're complying, and then behind the scenes, they just don't. Right. And I think that's kind of what we're going to have to do if we want to avoid the Eye of Sauron or whatever, like we're just going to have to like play it smart and stop trying to play by the rules, because they can't enforce on everybody. And I think we just have to kind of like, I'm not like an accelerationist, but at the same time, like, I don't know how this is going to go. If you're not going to be able to comply your way out of shit, and so I don't think we should be like offensive, but at the same time, like, because people are too dumb to really understand what's going on. But I just think we have to start kind of backing away and like not disengaging totally, but I think we just have to kind of.
I think too, if you look at the storylines, for lack of a better term, of all the news and everything's been crescendoing up. It has to come to some kind of resolution. Now, maybe not even that's not the right word, resolution, but there has to be like something to happen that's going to swing the pendulum the other way, because the pendulum will swing the other way. Counterculture will always eventually become the dominant culture. But what's going to be that impetus? Like Cecil said, it's going to be hard without a leader. I think people really need a leader. You saw that with even like Antifa when they did that Chaz Chop thing. That was a total disaster, right? Because there wasn't like a leader to it. There was nothing to it.
Well, they're anarchists. They're
retards too, right? Like, but I'm saying if you had a strong leader that could, you do this, you do this, you do this, you do this, it's a totally different game in any situation, whether it's a team sport or a corporation, anything like that, workforce.
Well, I guess that's kind of what I'm saying is like, if you look at how a lot of immigrants do business, is like they all have like this web of families that do private business behind the scenes, and then they help each other out, whether it's illegal or not. And that's kind of how they survive under the radar. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying it's perfect or totally something to emulate, but basically what I'm saying is, if we don't get protection by the state, we're going to have to build our own institutions to do so. Whether
we?
it's like
You keep saying we. Who's we?
like American, I guess.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah,
I
mean,
want
you know,
some clarity. That's all.
I'm not
There's
saying,
a theory of balkanization too. You know, that like there's going to be certain parts of America that could break apart and become like republics of the American republics. You know, Texas could be one, Idaho could be one, the Midwest could be one. You know, Florida or whatever, and like all the liberal crap that's in between could just get consumed by whatever. You know, eat itself.
I can totally see balkanization.
Collapse of the Democrat areas. I mean, as someone who lives in the middle of one, I'm telling you, it's like it's not an accident. Like they're obviously crashing it on purpose. For what purpose? I don't understand. I mean, like I think Meta, Facebook company, just left San Francisco today. They're like, they just completely shut their offices. They're like, we're done. You know. So, I mean,
if you look at the infrastructure of all those towns too, it's like super old, right? They need a reason to like blow all that shit up and just rebuild it overnight, and you could have new modern Dubai type cities there in these Chicago and all these different areas. But you'd have to like get everyone out, or you'd need to like drop a bomb basically first.
I don't think they're ever going to use nukes again.
Well, they're not real. So.
Right. Well, I mean, they have
bombs that will fuck shit up though.
Right. They have daisy cutters and fuel air bombs and shit. They're almost as powerful, but without the radiation. You know, when Trump took office, I believe Obama forwarded him a letter from one of the Rothschilds that said, hey, by the way, there's a freaking ban on using nukes, so don't think about this shit over there in North Korea. But yeah, dude, I mean, I'm all down for a freaking reset, dude, as long as it, you know, they might just say, hey, by the way, we found this ancient clause to the United States Constitution that says America's expired now. You know, nothing more to see.
I do agree they probably would like to push a new constitution. And they would just say that, you know, the other one's just too antiquated, and this new one will incorporate technology and AI and all that other shit. That's how they would sell it, I think. And you'd need a concept of the new founding fathers as well to kind of sell that to people.
The first A and the second A and the fourth A are major problems for them, because all of those pretty much support each other.
Yeah, and you saw was it this week, I believe, was it Arizona where they said you couldn't film police, and then that finally went up the court chain enough to where a judge overturned that shit and said, yeah, that's unconstitutional.
Right. And Arizona used to be like a major. That's the problem with right wingers, is they have the ability to become a police state too. They get so indoctrinated that like that's a major theme in the Bible, is that, you know, you're supposed to, you best be doing what the law says, boy. You know, it's just like, you know, the law, them law officers is right no matter what. You heard? And like, nah, man.
Yeah, well, it's funny to me. Like, I grew up in the South hating the police because they were so fucking corrupt, and then I'm out here in California, and it's like the police are so nice, and they just can't do their job. Like, you talk to them, they're like, they catch so many people in the act of crime, and they're like, well, even if we book them and put them in the jail, the DA is going to let them out, and you know, the burden of evidence in California is so high now, and so basically it's just like a free for all, and so it's
sorry to interrupt, but that's where you see all the videos of the people going into like Walgreens, right, and just filling up a cart and running out.
Dude, yep. I even live in San Francisco, but like every time I go to almost any Walgreens within 15 miles of San Francisco. It's like you literally just always see people just walking in and grabbing shit and walking out. And even the grocery stores, it's insane.
I mean, doesn't that piss you off and just make you wonder why you're even paying?
Well, it's why I don't even go out. I don't even like to go outside. I go as far away from San Francisco as I can whenever I go shopping. Like I shop far away from where I live. Like I just don't even go because I don't want to look at it, dude. It's insane. And people just, and you know what bothers me? It's not watching it happen. It's that everybody ignores it and just pretends it's not happening. That's what's fucking creepy about it.
They just don't care.
What'd you say, Drew?
I said they just don't care.
Neurojack, what do you think of Oakland?
You couldn't pay me to go there, dude. I mean, I honestly haven't been to Oakland in probably 6 years.
Is that too dark?
And I live within 30 miles. I used to live a lot closer to Oakland, and that's just, well, it's always been a little weird, but now it's like, I mean, it's basically like a Mad Max movie, dude. It's like, it's just, there's no fucking rules. I mean, you can pretty much do whatever you want. And actually, you know, you meet people who are from this area and they're like, Oakland used to be an amazing place. And even 10, 15 years ago, I can tell you it was a pretty nice place relatively. Now it's like, it's not, it's most people in California are normal people, 90%. But you just have these 10, depending on what city you're in, like 1 to 10% of every city
like
is
maybe
just
like 13%, maybe
something like that. It's something like that. But well, it's more than that actually, because a lot of, I mean, the new generation of immigration here, I don't want to say anything against TOS, but the new generation of immigration here is like totally different than the ones from 30 years ago. Like it's not hardworking people looking for an opportunity in general. Some are, but it's like basically the people that were probably going to get hanged wherever they're from. And they're just running away.
Here in Oregon State, we're seeing the forced diversification, or the attempted forced diversification, at least in some of the more rural areas. Like people are getting paid money. It's kind of like how, like, if you got an apartment tenant that's like on Social Security or something like that, and it's like the apartment manager wants to rent to those people because they know that it's guaranteed that their money, they don't have to worry about that person losing their job. Basically, it's like guaranteed money. There's a check that's coming from the government. A lot of times they have it on direct deposit directly to the apartment management company. Well, it's the same thing with those people. The government is paying to house these people here, and yeah,
it's not, they are until they aren't, though, right?
Well, I get the strong impression that certain property managers are like getting a little fatigued with putting up with their shit. And some of the law enforcement has basically told these people, hey, you need to straighten out or we're going to send you somewhere else. You're not going to be here anymore. You can go over to Portland or whatever, And then so that generally straightens them out. But yeah, I agree with what Neurojack is saying. We're not getting sent doctors and lawyers, or at the very least, even people that are willing to run a taco shop. It's like basically troublemakers, welfare recipients, not people who are like contributing positively to society.
Yeah, and then you have this on the bottom level. You also have on the street level here, California's always had a lot of homeless, but 10, 15 years ago, like most of them were semi-normal people who maybe had a drinking problem or occasional drug habit. Now we're talking about people, every age group, young, old, mostly ex-prisoners, ex-inmates, but severe mental illness, severe drug addiction. And while everybody is busy trying to take care of these crazy people who are stealing all this stuff for drugs, the real like predators are like out and about, like breaking into cars, breaking into houses, doing like gunpoint robberies. Like the more functional ones are using that as cover. And the thing is, like, I know people all over the country, and they're all telling me the same story. Like, all these immigrants are coming in, all these drugs are coming in, and so you have like a lot of young white kids and white people who are fucked up on drugs and mentally ill, and then you have all these immigrants coming in that are doing like the heavier crime because a lot of them are dealing the drugs and shit. And it's like it's the same pattern repeating everywhere. I know people in upstate New York who are like dealing with like daytime gunpoint robberies and like house invasions, you know, like third world South American drug lord shit, you know, but it's happening in like tiny little cities in upstate New York. It's not, and this is what I wanted to say about it. It's strange to me that all these conservatives are like, oh, fuck California. Let's just move away from there. It's like, they're sending these people to every little small area of the United States. You're not going to hide from this shit, dude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, part of the reason why we don't have to worry about an invading army is because they're already here. You know, they're engaging in guerrilla tactics already, and that could be just like the front line. You know, sometimes I listen to these military intelligence. There's a couple of former military intelligence analysts that have YouTube channels that I listen to, and they're saying like, you know, I cringe at the idea of how many foreign special forces people have probably come into the country already under the guise of being these immigrants that you're talking about here, that, you know, are living in homeless camps somewhere, just waiting, you know, the freaking equivalent of like the freaking Chinese Green Berets or, you know, Afghani, you know, all to practically every country that America's ever pissed off. You know, now we have open borders and they're just letting these people walk in here and they can freaking fuck up power plants, take down transformers, blow up water treatment plants, you know, all at the same time being the front line of an invading army potentially. You know, we're definitely sticking our head in the tiger's mouth or in the lion's mouth now. Like,
I've been sitting here scrolling and scrolling. I'm looking for this picture. I can't find it, man, but it's a picture of Tokyo, like from like super far away. You can see how just sprawling and huge Tokyo is, and the mountain behind it and everything. And then it talks about, you know, how there's no trash there and everything's like perfectly well kept. And then someone left a comment. It's from a Twitter post, and someone left a comment that said like, imagine if there was all these different, you know, races and stuff like that within those boundaries of that city, like what a hellhole it would be, because it does kind of have a dystopian look to it. But when you actually see the pictures or hear people that go there, you know, there's no trash and barely any crime, anything like that. And it's just from that, like because over there, obviously they have the racial, what's the word, like hegemony? Is that the right word?
Yeah.
Yep.
Here, it's the exact opposite, right? It's like dueling and warring races, all wanting different things. And over there, they don't even like allow that type of shit to go down. Like, it's just.
Well, and there's this news story I saw today, and it said something basically saying Americans are fleeing to Japan, citing low crime rates. And this was something I've been thinking about for the past 10 years. Like, it's tempting to go live in Asia or somewhere else where it's not really ideal, because honestly, the culture is not something that's easy to get used to. But the fact that you don't have to like look over your shoulder every fucking day, you know, it's relieving, honestly. And I don't think that that's a good idea, but I understand why people will do that. I mean, I know people who've done it, and yeah, I mean, it's really depressing. I mean, I'm not depressed about it. I'm already thinking about this for 20 years already, but I just think it's very strange that people are just letting America go this route. I mean, it's just, I can't, it's like almost impossible for me to believe it, you know, like it's like sometimes I've like, that's why I like QOC sometimes. It's like, it feels like we're just watching reality just break apart. It's like, I can't imagine how this is occurring, but it is.
Well, that's a trap. Okay. I'm not going to start talking to anybody and calling anything a reality breakdown. Sorry. Like, one of the traps is starting to believe, like, it's just like flat Earth. You know, they want you to think that the Earth is flat. They also want you to think that you're in the Matrix. If you start talking to people in like about how you're trapped in the Matrix and all this nonsense, that's a type of demoralization. That's a type of, you know, like, nah, bro. Don't think that you're in the Matrix. Don't believe in reality breakdowns. We're in real life, and there are real problems that our society is facing. And yeah, I'm not gonna go. I stopped watching his channel altogether because I just got tired of his shit. You know.
Well, I agree that type of, it's a cope eventually. Like, you get to the point where that shit's just a cope. Where like, oh, you know, there's nothing we can do about it because it's an external.
No, I
down.
The way I would describe of the truth and the weirdness of what he's saying is like, here in America, we're in such a bubble that we're being demoralized. But I think it's interesting when you leave the United States and you see it from the outside and you see that the rest of the world is just going about their day, even if it's very shitty situation. They don't care. They're just like in the moment. And here in America, like we're like in this like very toxic bubble where even if we try to ignore it, we can't. You know what I mean? It's really strange.
Literally, that meme. It's, what is it like? Tough men create hard times, create tough men. Tough men create good times. Good times create weak men. Weak men create hard times. It's literally that. We're at that point of the cycle.
I hope it's not. I hope it's a circular cycle and not we're just sliding straight down into hell, and nobody's going to do anything about it. I hope you're right, Drew. You know?
Like you said, I think even if some people had to go underground or something, I think there would be a break off society somehow, some way where certain people just wouldn't.
You know, it's funny you say that because that's also what happened with Germany.
They went underground.
They're
the Hollow Earth.
Talk about the breakaway Germans or the Imperial Germans, or you know, supposedly our boy Uncle Addy escaped and went down to South America and, you know, started over down there. And there's, there will be, you know, a different, you know, there will be a pocket or breakaway America. America will survive no matter what. Hey.
Eyes. What's good, fam?
What's going on?
Nothing, man. We were talking about basically the breakdown of the West.
Oh, I came out here because of the Obama picture. You know what I mean? I was like, because I thought a lot of bullshit started when Obama became president. You know,
It seemed like when the switch was, to me, the switch was flipped like at 9/11. I would even go as far to say, to me, I think that's the beginning of World War III is 9/11, like overt governments versus the people. Like, we're just telling you right now, this is what it is. And 20 years later, people are still barely figuring it out.
Yeah, and I think like at the Obama thing, I think it was crazy because they had the Zeitgeist movie shit. You know, you had the rise of like Joe Rogan and like all that shit. So I think like it was such a cultural epoch, you know, because they had
And
like
I would claim all that stems from 9/11. So even though Bush was still in for a little bit after there, it just took a few years for people to kind of like start, you know, processing all that.
Yeah, and then even I think Obama, like just being like America's black mascot, was like all about like about Bush being the president before that, where they have like a strong like they made like Bush purposefully like this type of ominous figure, and then they made Obama kind of like this playful figure. It was almost weird like how they had uh Obama being like, and then they kind of made him out to be a Muslim too, and
Right.
there was like this whole
Hussein Obama.
yeah, they had the the whole angle with Frank Gaffney. So then and that's when the birther thing got started, and that's when Trump they actually had Trump running for president right then, and like during the Obama administration already, because he was starting the QAnon conspiracy with the birther shit. So it's
Right.
almost like Obama was the pivotal like step between like 9/11 and the QAnon shit, because in a way the QAnon shit to me resembles a lot of the fucking Occupy Wall Street shit. It's like the same messaging, the same type of slogans, the same type of like shit about a secret cabal in the government and shit.
I'll agree. I think Obama was a major turning point. He was something was definitely significant there, as far as like their agenda and all that shit.
I don't even think he's done, man. He's too valuable. I think he's still young.
He's got his hand up Joe Biden's ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had the National Defense Authorization Act at that time. And there they were saying that you could just lock anybody up, because one of the clauses in that act was indefinite detention for U.S. Citizens or some shit. So that was at the same time when they were doing the Occupy protest shit. And then they had Eric Holder as Attorney General, and he was they had a black dude as Attorney General too. And then and this dude Eric Holder had said that that if you had if you go through if you go through the court, you don't have a right to trial, you have a right to due process. He said so it was crazy. Like they asked him if you have to lock somebody up, like do you have to take them to court first? And he said nah. He said you could he said you could just have due process, like not right to trial. He said the Constitution only offers you due process, not right to trial. And I remember motherfuckers were flipping over that shit. They were like, whoa, that's like language games. So you could just lock anybody up.
Yeah, bro, we're in thinly veiled 1984. You got Guantanamo Bay and all that shit. It's like the fucking torture prisons and shit.
That's what DeSantis was in there, wasn't he? I think DeSantis was working for that shit.
Yeah, I don't want to repeat myself, but I think there's a big thing going with like naval intelligence and shit. Like, I don't know if you guys know, and I've been talking with EBT about this and Machine Lies, but if you look at John Ryan, who was the ex-Navy SEAL, because I don't want to spoil EBT thing, but if you
hey Neurojack, hold it down. Can you guys hold it down? I'll be right back.
Sure. So the ex-Navy SEAL guys, plus you got all these like Navy warfare people. Like look at Tim Pool. He's got Jack Posobiec, who's ex-Navy warfare intelligence officer. Then you got DeSantis, and they're basically all saying let's ramp up for war with China, and let's double the amount of ships and stuff like that. And by the way, we have UFOs, and by the way, the deep state is laundering money, and by the way, they're dealing drugs, and by the way, they're involved in child trafficking and shit. So it's like, why would you tell all this as being naval warfare agents? Like you're not coming out and being the good guy. So what is the deal here? You don't take oaths like you take and then come out and tell the truth. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not how it works. So I don't know why they're telling everybody this information. It doesn't really make sense to me. that's kind of why I was trying. That's actually why I called in, because I heard you talking about the stuff, Cecil, and it was like, I'm trying to just figure out for my own sanity, like, why are they saying all this stuff that obviously they shouldn't be saying, you know? And I don't know, man. It's a trip to me.
You know what's funny is again, I don't want to be like Matt is with, or Quantum of Conscious is with movies, but with video games. But in the Fallout games, that franchise is actually pretty damn old. It goes back to like 1999 or 2001 or something. But I believe it was like Fallout 1 or 2 when you're out in like the final bosses and shit. You're like on this oil rig that survived all the nuclear wars and everything, and they have this you discover this room where the president was making like addresses to the people and whatnot, and they have a camera pointed at the guy, and it was actually like a robot, like from like his waist up, it actually looked like a actual real human being and everything. But from like the waist down, it was clearly a robotic simulation of like they had the president freaking addressing the people, and they were some computer nerd was in the next room typing what he was saying, and he was coming out his voice and all that kind of like. And there's rumors that they have that technology now, that they actually have like robots that are freaking lifelike and shit. Like you'd be really hard to tell if it wasn't. That's part of the rumor why freaking our boy Biden trips and falls so much, is because there's a glitch in the freaking droid's gyro, and it's like anyway, yeah. Why are they being so overt and open now? It's probably because of arrogance. They probably think that they got us, and there's nothing anybody can do, and maybe they're right. Shit.
Sorry, I'm just getting back here. I had a crying baby.
Yeah, but they had I think a lot of this shit came from that movie Doctor Strangelove, with the Fallout video game. It kind of reminds me of Doctor Strangelove, like the music and shit. It seemed like it was like influenced by that. But I remember my little brother used to play that game, and they had Chinese taking over, and they had the whole it was like Cecil said, like the whole country was ran by AI and shit. But it goes back to like how they had like like a hauntology, or like I remember I watched a philosophy video about hauntology, how they had like lost futures and shit, and how they would have this like post-apocalyptic worldview of this future that would be like some nuclear war, but that's presented to us now as being sort of like a lost future. And they had all these scenarios about how life would turn out in the 80s, a kind of post-apocalyptic horror that didn't really show up until now. So it's like now we're living in the age where because in the 80s they were just coming out with computers and shit. So like a lot of the shit that they were dreaming about then, about AI and shit, and about nuclear holocaust, they imagined it happening back then, but it's actually more possible now than it was then. So it's actually causing people to live as they were like in the 80s and bring back those like Fallout game, because I know the Fallout game is actually set in the 50s or some shit.
It is.
Yeah, so that's part of the story where it's actually set in a different timeline. So it's like as if you were experiencing a future in a different timeline and shit. So I mean, it might be like, like how like people have like future shit, but they don't really think about it until it comes out later. So it's like a prediction of some shit, but it doesn't really happen. So it's like a prediction from the past about the future that only comes true way down the line. So it's like it causes you to have this subjectivity about time, about what a future and a past event really is. So then you get like kind of fucked up, and that's kind of like what Obama was like. He's kind of like this, like, I think a lot of shit was like coming back around that time. It was like there was like a nostalgia bloom, you know, like during the time of Obama. And I don't know what really caused the whole nostalgia bloom, but part of it was like Facebook and shit. Like I know a lot of people were on Facebook at that time, and the social media was really exploding at that time, like to where it wasn't before. And I think that caused a lot of shit. Like I knew like at the time of Obama, like they had a lot more conspiracy theories on YouTube, to where like right after he was president, they just cleared it all up. Like it's just like they used to have Adam Green on YouTube and shit. They had all this shit on YouTube, you know, that was like conspiracy theories, you know, like that, like it was allowed on YouTube. And
Yeah,
and
there
the
used to be crazy shit.
yeah, some of the shit had like millions of views and shit, like shit about like there was like 10 or 11 documentaries about like 9/11 and shit on there. It was crazy. Like now you can't even have one, but they had, man, I remember you used to like, I remember they had channels, you know, like French Connection and all these other channels where like where like they were exclusively talk about like Zionism and like all that stuff. Like it was like a whole channel like just dedicated to like Illuminati or Jew stuff. Like I remember like there was one called The Great Awakening or some shit like that, or I don't know. But like there was tens of channels talking about like no, it's called The Great Uprising or some shit. There was like one dude that used to make all these fucking videos. But there was
Call
like
for an uprising.
yeah, Call for an Uprising. I remember. Yeah, I remember Call for an
He's
Uprising.
still around.
And that
Yeah, I remember
Adam Green was No More News or something like that, right?
Yeah, No More News was on YouTube, and they had like Alan Watt and shit on YouTube. Where they had like fucking Jeff Rents and shit. They had like all of this like fucking like they had like all the conspiracy podcasts like on the fucking YouTube. Like it was really weird. Like it was really like a different time back then. You know, for real.
I think the big thing of Obama getting voted in was people wanted to like erase their white guilt and be absolved of racism. Racism was being pushed harder and harder since like the 80s, and I think people thought if they voted Obama in, like it would just kind of go away, like there was no more racism talk would ever happen again. And I mean, it's still all these years later now, 15 years later, still talking about it every day, racism and race. And
that's mostly because that's a lot of these mainstream media outlets just talk about that shit constantly. You know?
And like you said, it could be to paint the United States in that light, and because now people don't care anymore. Now people are like, okay, I've heard this for 25 years. I'm tired of hearing it.
This generation has been freaking raised on that shit, man. My last job, there was a bunch of like, you know, teenagers to like mid 20-year-olds, and it's, dude, that's all some of these younger people have known their whole fucking life, dude. You can't talk to these people. You know, they're very cliquish. They don't trust older people. You know, older people are all racist or whatever, or at least older white people are all freaking racist. You know, tell me something about George Washington. Oh, well, he owned slaves. It's
right.
like, you know, it's just like, come on, dude.
He had some black concubines or something.
Yeah. George Washington owned slaves. America bad. America was built by slaves. Like
Indians were killed.
Yeah. The poor little Indians that were over there freaking
these peaceful spiritual Indians that cut out people's hearts and ate them. They were just here chilling, being peaceful.
You know what I asked? You know what I usually ask them when they start talking about how all the Indians were just kumbaya until the evil white man showed up? I asked them, "Do you know what an Indian necktie is?" And most of them are like, "Nah." Okay, that's when they basically cut you from here to here, and they cut you across right here, and then they reach up in there and grab your tongue and pull it down, and it looks like a necktie. And that's an American Indian invention. Okay, they were fucking savages that were brutally slaughtering each other and like enslaving each other and shit. Until the white man showed up, and then they were all singing "Kumbaya" and he destroyed their little, the little drum circle and shit. Like, no, we brought those people civilization.
Well, one thing, and I'll just mention this because I got to jump off and do some family while I listen to the rest of you guys. But it's interesting that the Indians and the white people actually got along pretty well until empires came over and got involved. Like at least in the like Virginia, like Virginia, North Carolina, Massachusetts, like they kind of got along for the most part. Like things kind of worked for about 100 years until the overt empires came and said, well, you know what, we need to peddle our wares and start slaughtering people. And I'm not saying that there never would have been more overt conflicts, but it didn't start out that way. It wasn't until kind of later on that kind of evolved.
When Christopher Columbus came over and yeah, it was a mutual agreement. And later on, when like the Freemasons from mostly France and England got involved, that's when it got more like a territory battle or whatever.
Well, just before I do jump off, I do want to talk about one more thing, because what you were saying about how the Jays perhaps are not like the biggest top of the pyramid. Like, I know that it's not something I want to like just bring up on everybody's stream, but I do find it interesting that everyone thinks that it just has to be them. And I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying it doesn't really totally make sense to me. Like, even if that's true, then obviously they have some kind of secret knowledge on how to manipulate people without getting themselves in trouble, or which, if that's the case, then we should try to figure out what that is, because that would be you know what I mean? Like, I don't understand this, like, well, it's all their fault if we just get, if 1% of the population is just not in charge, and everything will get better. It's like, well, as bad as things are, it could get a lot worse. So, I don't know if I buy that argument,
Yeah, I think no matter what, like, whoever is in charge, someone else, the people would demand someone else come in charge, and it would be the same thing eventually.
A big part of it is they use the whole what is it, the Sound of Freedom, that the topic of that movie. They use getting pictures of politicians diddling kids as major leverage. This group has learned to get pictures and videos and whatever the fuck of politicians doing that, and it appears that is a major like control point of being able to fuck with the world that we live in.
That sounds plausible, but is there any proof of that?
Well, probably not.
Well, it's like in The Prince of Machiavelli. They had this politician in Florence called Cesar Borgia, and basically, like, he has a problem with one of his provinces, and he puts this like horrible criminal in charge of it. And then when the people start complaining that this like horrible criminal is in charge, and like they basically forget about like Cesar Borgia like being the leader. So they forget that they have a problem with Cesar Borgia. They just want him to get rid of this like new guy that he put in charge. So then he comes and just like kills this guy for them, and then they all celebrate him. So it's like he created a problem so he could solve it, like type of shit. Like they would actually put criminals in charge just so that people complain about them, and then like come and like take them out.
Well, just real quick.
And he's like, that's a good solution. You know, like that's like one of the solutions that Machiavelli proposes. It's like where like controlled opposition like comes from.
Well, just real quick on that note, I want to make this point because I haven't had opportunity to. If you look at like why they're letting all this crime and stuff go rampant, I actually do think, I don't know exactly what the plan is, but I do think part of the plan is when the pendulum swings back the other way, and Alex Jones has talked about this as well. When the pendulum swings back the other way, people are going to be so desperate for law and order that they'll just accept whatever comes.
I mean,
I can see that. And the people will do whatever the TV says. That COVID showed you that.
problem, reaction, solution, baby. You know, that's the name of the game.
But I almost wonder if like part of the Christian movement, you know, Christian right-wing movement, it seems that they're trying to push this like, oh, totalitarian version of it. And, you know, it's like Cecil was saying, like, it's easy to say that until you're in the middle of it. You know what I mean? And it almost feels like they're going to end up playing into that whole side of things where they're like, well, we got to support law and order. It's like, well, you know, even at what cost? And I just see that as a big blind spot of the right wing in general.
I think the conflict, the dichotomy is less left versus right, because you've got communists and Christians, right? As much as I think it's less left versus right as it is moderate versus extreme. You got normal people that want freedom and don't want to live under those two things, and then you've got the other side of the extremes, the outer parts of that. If you want, you got communist Christians who don't really believe in that much freedom, and they want to impose their force of will over other people. That's
Meddlers. They're meddlers.
Yeah.
And the meddler type personality type is the type of person that would get involved in, like, even just at a local government level, and then, you know, continue upwards. So your government's always gonna be full of people that want to be left alone. They're not gonna care enough to go get involved in government to want to just be left alone.
But that's why I say that Americans are doing it to themselves, because they're not realizing, like, unfortunately, if you give up the chance to participate, don't be surprised. And like, I used to hate when my grandfather said that to me. Like, basically, he said it about voting. It's like, basically, if you don't vote, you don't have a right to complain. And I used to hate when he said that. But as I get older, I see it more like, if you don't participate, you can't blame anyone but yourself. And I hate this. And again, I say that not as someone who thinks you're going to get a solution of it, but I think if people really saw how the system works, then they would find out very quickly that it doesn't work the way that they think it does. You know, it's blackmail, it's force, it's coercion, it's, you know, a lot of ugly things, you know, is kind of what's really going on.
Right. I think most people here would probably agree that, at least at the highest levels, it's not election, it's more selection. Even if the votes are counted in real, like Hillary versus Trump, like,
oh yeah,
COVID still would have came and played out the exact same, no matter who went in. Let's say they actually did count the votes, like whatever was coming and was going to happen, and both those people were on board with it, if that's how it does it. But then where does that trickle down on the lower levels of, like, government, where people could actually get involved and make a difference?
Well, I think if people, I don't want to keep making the same argument everywhere I go, but basically what I say is, if people try to go in their own area, just get involved in a decentralized way rather than trying to go and win state or federal elections, it would be a lot harder to stop, because there's no like organized group to declare a T word or something like that, right? Like, you know, and you saw, like, with the school systems, people try to go into the school systems and actually get involved, and then the FBI shows up, starts taking pictures of it. So it wasn't a win, but it revealed to people like they're not gonna let you, right? And I think that's good information to know, at least, right? Like, even if you fail, you kind of expose like how deep the shit goes. Like, if you can't even get involved in your kid's school board to not let them look at gay porn at school, then it let people know, like, okay, they're fucking not playing games. And that's good information to know, is kind of what I'm saying.
I mean, yeah, fuck, dude. Like, it's really being pushed hard at this point. You know, they're attacking us through our kids. Part of the reason why I don't have any.
So this is another reason why I super believe in the actor-based reality. That even the politicians you see are literally actors. Because you guys ever seen this guy, Vermin Supreme?
Yeah.
It's basically like a troll dude, and he runs for like president. I think he runs maybe for different political positions or whatever. Yeah, it says right here, basically Dadaism, Discordianism. And so you're able to go in and you're able to vote for this dude named Vermin Love Supreme. Now, obviously, there's no way that's his real name, right? Like, so when you go in, though, you're casting a vote for a guy named Vermin Supreme. And the same thing when I grew up in Minnesota, the first time I could vote, I voted for Jesse Ventura. I went in and cast that vote, so I saw it myself. That's not his real government name. I went in and I voted for Jesse Ventura. So all you have to do is you show up there and you have one person vouch for you, and that's how you get on the ticket. So these people, we say Bill and Hillary Clinton and all these other top people, that's probably not even their real names and shit. Is that brother Nathaniel EBT said?
Well, even on the, remember how Obama, because Machine Lad brought up Obama, and I think it's easy to kind of forget about that, but that whole situation was weird because, like, whether it's true or not, I think they did actually reveal kind of how the system works, where it's like, his family was involved in black ops, and look at Clinton's family and Hillary's family, and this is intergenerational warfare, right? Like, they're not thinking for about 10 years from now. They're thinking 30, 40, 50, 100 years out, and
Oh yeah, they definitely do that. They don't make plans, they're quick. That you're right about that.
Yeah, and so and I think that's what they did, is they revealed the method and they make you look crazy for if you believe it,
Yeah, to me, it showed itself with 9/11. What we're talking about, that is, to me, that's obviously built to bring down. Like, they knew exactly what they were doing when they built it. So then, if there's a 33-year span between there, and then there was obviously time to plan that, you're looking at a very detailed, like, 50-year plan.
Yeah, and it's obvious that they brought like Obama in right away and then pushed the conspiracy theories that he was a Muslim because of like the Muslim guilt like associated with like 9/11, that people were like, oh well, we went to war in the Middle East, and then a lot of people thought like that was for Israel, and then they had this whole kind of segment where they were like, oh, actually we'll just put like this black, like kind of like Muslim looking guy in, and that kind of made sense with like what they were doing. And then that also, and then I remember because I was getting a degree in political science before I dropped out of the university, and I had to read his book that he wrote, and that book,
Obama's.
yeah, and that book had a lot of weird shit in it. Like, I remember that book was like talking about how like he like did cocaine and was like a Marxist in college and shit like that. Like, he went to UC Berkeley and like was part of all these student groups and shit like that. So it was obvious to me that they were pushing those types of things as like, like as like, oh, this is how you want to be if you want to like become president later. You know what I mean? Like, you got to be part of like these student groups and shit like that. And like they were like promoting all that shit through the book. Whether or not he was part of those organizations, it was just interesting that they were like, oh shit, they were like fucking like that he would openly talk about doing cocaine and being a Marxist and shit in the book. Like, I just thought that was weird, you know.
And even
Obama,
yeah,
the storyline even says he's like a community organizer, right?
yeah, and that's another thing. There was like so many people who became either a socialist or a libertarian or a Discordian or an accelerationist after like the Obama shit, where they want a total revision in politics. Like, it wasn't just like that they wanted a party's, you know, they wanted to change who was president or they wanted somebody different in power, but they wanted like a total revision. Like,
And this was the people's how they really thought. Do you guys remember this shit? It's 30 seconds long.
Peggy Joseph took her daughter out of school early Wednesday for this. Her emotions ran high following Obama's speech.
It was the most memorable time of my life. It was a touching moment because I never thought this day would ever happen. I won't have to worry about putting gas in my car. I won't have to worry about paying my mortgage. You know, if I help him, he's gonna help me.
Obama gonna pay your mortgage. The
super president, you know what I'm saying?
My wife's brother, he's like a first responder, and he said the day after Obama won the election, all the black people showed up to the hospital, like, we're like, yeah, we got Obamacare now. They thought they could just get whatever they needed. Like, literally the day after. Like, the dude doesn't even take over until like January, right? It's like months later before then you got to pass the bill. But they were all there the next day, like, yeah, we got Obamacare. Take care of me.
Now, I'll never forget what really opened my mind is like right before he got elected, I was just watching the news and I was like, oh, Ron Paul actually sounds reasonable. And so I was like saying all that. And then, the day Obama got elected, I almost went and voted for him. And I just watched all the people around me and they were all like so in reverence of him. And I was just like, this is fucking weird, dude. And then a couple months later, somehow Obama Deception ended up in my house somehow. And if you watch Alex Jones' Obama Deception, he shows all the clips of them basically like worshiping Obama like he's a savior, like he's a Superman. And I used to think that's a little bit extreme, but then like in retrospect, it's really kind of what they did. Like, they made him look like a super villain to some and a superhero to others. You know what I mean? And they did the same thing with Clinton when I was a kid too, to be honest.
I think if you look at the votes, like, for a long time, whether it's true or not, they've portrayed it as it's very close to like 50-50 split throughout the country. If you even go back to the Bush election with the hanging chads and everything, it's always coming down to like key counties and stuff like that, like, because it's almost 50-50 and they want you to believe 20 or however many more years later it's still like that. And if any of you are wondering too, one of the reasons we're still talking about Obama today is you got to understand that Joe Biden, the guy in now, that people see that's just an extension of Obama. This is another Obama term to these people. Basically, that was Obama's right-hand man.
Just like how they saw that if Hillary or a lot of people did think, I heard a lot of people say that if Hillary had gotten in, that it would have been another Clinton administration.
Right. That's why I'm hoping there will be a Michelle Obama run, because I think it would get the votes. And I just want to see like the shit show that ensues.
Michelle versus Trump.
I want to see the tickets say Obama versus Trump. I want to see the political fights like in the voting lines. MAGA tards versus Obama tards.
Right.
That's where if they're trying to push the country to a civil war, that would be one of a great step, in my opinion, though. But I'm sure they have advanced AI and shit that can predict that shit better than me.
What I know you guys covered it already, but just real quick, what was you guys take on Obama's chef, whatever? Like, I don't even care, but I care like you guys' take, because the general takes that I see are just kind of, I don't trust any of them, but I was just kind of curious what you guys think of that.
What is it? I don't know what you're talking about.
Like the chef that was paddleboarding and drowned allegedly at Obama's residence. You guys didn't hear about that?
No, I never heard of this one.
Are you serious? No,
I heard something very briefly about it.
Yes, Obama's chef was paddleboarding on the pond behind their like Martha's Vineyard estate and like drowned, and like all the conspiracy theorists are like, "Oh, you see, it was some guy who heard something," or it's like it's already like a whole big thing in like the last.
Okay, so this was today.
Oh yeah, I thought you guys knew about that. I thought that's why you put Obama's face on the thing. That's why.
Well, I kind of covered some similar earlier when the lady that approved the release of his birth certificate died. They were like seeing shit in the water saying it was divers, and I said, if it wasn't related to Obama, would you actually see that? So this be the same thing. If this was just some other rich fuck's chef, would you really be saying, oh, Obama killed him? It's Bonnie James, dude.
It's George Floyd.
Same actor, Bronny James. Tafari Campbell is his name.
And he's
wearing heard the story yet.
Wearing the Campbell soup, chef hat. Oh wait, that's Chef Boyardee.
Yeah, right. Same thing. Chef Boyardee. He's 45. They searched for 2 days in a pond near the home owned by the Obamas. See, he was going to spill the beans that Michelle is actually Michael. They had to take him out.
He walked in on our boy Obama having some hot dogs that he didn't cook, if you know what I mean.
You ordered 100 hot dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jack Burton said it doesn't look like he can swim.
I just watched Jack Burton on the Big Trouble Little China last night. That's pretty cool. Hey, what's up, Jack Burton? Thanks for saving San Francisco, but now it's under attack from a very different force right now.
Okay, that's literally Bronny James. I'm convinced. I'm gonna pull it up if you guys have never seen him. They just put him in a chef's hat.
Just tell the AI to put a chef's hat on Bronny James and you'll see.
Same dude.
Hey, did you hear that guy? Did you hear that Bronny James had a heart attack today?
Yeah. Cloudy James.
See, on the same day they have two different people who look the same having a medical crisis. I'm sure there's some gematria to that.
Yeah, totally. What state was the LeBron or the Obama guy to? Because LeBron's son was going to USC. I don't know if he was out there in California or not.
Maybe he knew something about Michelle's secret sauce.
Maybe, yeah, his dad told him. It wasn't the other one was in Massachusetts. She had one on the West Coast and one on the East Coast.
Watch, crazy. Obama will do a joke about it on the next Washington D.C. like press ball or whatever. Remember that? Remember when he every time they had that press ball, they always tell jokes where they kind of reveal like how like fucked up they are.
He's doing like a little stand-up comedy bit, basically.
He's like, you don't want to mess with me because you know what happens in the kitchen stays in the kitchen.
You can be his writer.
You know, Big Mama Michelle, she don't like to give up her secret sauce recipe.
I guarantee the conspiracy boards are going nuts
Yeah, and
about
they be
that.
having like
Anything with Obama is like conspiracy. Oh, I'm banned from the board again.
Yeah, but they be having like secret like secret birthday parties when they had that that birthday party and they and that lady took pictures of their birthday party and then they took it down or they censored it.
Yeah,
I think it was Erica Badu or somebody like that.
What was that with Newsom's party you're talking about? Or you're talking about with Obama?
Yeah, I think it was with Obama where they were like dancing at their birthday party, where they had like all these celebrities at their birthday at like a secret birthday party for Obama.
Oh yeah, now I remember. I don't remember the details, but I do remember that was like a very weird like event of some sort. I don't remember the details, but I do remember strange about that whole thing.
Was that during the pandemic that happened?
Oh yeah, I think that's what it was. They were like dancing during a pandemic and like they had a huge birthday party where like everyone was there at the birthday party, and then they had to take it down because it was like a controversy of like why they were all there, like not during a fucking like not wearing the masks and shit or whatever.
Yeah,
and it was
They
like
had the
Obama
same
doing
thing
it
with
too.
Gavin Newsom, right?
Yeah, Gavin Newsom.
I think a lot of politicians actually had that same thing.
Yeah, Gavin Newsom was like the worst offender, dude. He did like all kinds of crazy shit. Like he looked like he was like high on coke and shit, and he was like out in public, like hanging out with a bunch of people. And then he's like, oh, we can't travel to anywhere for certain things or whatever. And then he sent a bunch of people on vacation somewhere, and he went to vacation to Montana, and it was just like, dude, they had some weird local stories with him like standing in like the wildfires. We had really bad wildfires a few years ago in California, and he went to like the worst place and said, see, this is all because of climate change. And then like you look at the maps and everything, it's like it's pretty obvious that there was some intentional stuff going on that year, right? I mean, pretty much every year, like they actually caught a bunch of people trying to do that kind of stuff, and you know, they just of course ignore it in the media, and they'll just report it like as like a tiny little thing, you know, not on the 9 o'clock news kind of shit. And yeah, Gavin Newsom is one of the weirdest politicians ever, dude. Like, I don't know, he's far.
I want to see him run as Michelle Obama with Gavin Newsom, and then the ticket says Obama Newsom. And then you got that like little racial undertone, subliminal. Obama Newsom. This is who the internet says is Obama's kids' real parents. They're like close friends of the Obamas, and then the daughters look just like the mom and the dad.
Yeah, I saw that before. That's pretty. I don't know if that's real, but it's fairly convincing.
Barack Obama. What if he's really the woman? Michelle's not the man, or maybe she is, but he's actually a woman.
Like
that's why they call him the birther.
Like they were saying with Bill Gates was really a freaking woman, and his freaking super managed freaking wife.
What's her name? Melinda Gates.
Melinda, yeah. Melinda's actually Mel, and freaking Bill is Jill.
See, that's why they call him the birther, though, because he's the female. Yeah, someone said look up the Obama Osama photos. That was classic too. I'm about to pull that out.
And Cecil, what you were saying earlier about Khazaria basically being Ukraine, like I do think that there's something. I mean, I'm sure there's a more obvious answer about this, but Ukraine has been a haven for crypto Jays for a long time, I think, from what I've heard. So it's not really that surprising that they're so concerned with Ukraine, or at least that they're using it as a proxy war of some sort.
Right. Well, that's one of the stories behind the Khazarians, is they're basically like pseudo Jays. Like, they're not actually like genetic Jays. They're Jays by religion that also happen to be devil worshippers and a criminal syndicate. And that's why there's so much bad shit that goes down in the Ukrainian underground. And this whole story about NATO and all this BS is just a cover story. And really what Putin is doing is going, nah, I don't want this shit going on next to my country.
Well, Ukraine's been known for a long time for doing like a lot of bad. I don't know what I can say, but you know, like a lot of bad, really bad, like criminal stuff, and
oh yeah,
and anyway, like I tried to trace back that story, and then like you find out like even Alexander the Great, when he was taking over all the areas, he basically said build a wall to this area because we don't even like want to go and mess with these people, like in the Khazars or whatever.
Right, the Khazarians used to be these people where you would like go and visit them, and they were like some of the world's first identity thieves. Like, you would go and visit them, and then all of a sudden you would like disappear, and then there would be somebody, a Khazarian, posing as you, like wearing your clothes and like all your jewelry, and like they were like some old shapeshifters or some bullshit. Like back in the day, like there's this whole story about like this king took over their country and tried to force a religion on them, and said that they had to start worshiping God, and they had to choose one of the major Abrahamic religions, be it Judea, Islam, or Christianity, and they chose Judea, which is why they're considered to be like pseudo Jews, or not real genetic Jews. And then but secretly they made a pact, or they swore to take down any because of that, they swore to take down world leaders that worship God. And that's why a lot of them, that was like the start of the like political level subversion by their tribe, of them trying to get under the skin of politicians and control entire populations through that.
Just to make a point on this, because a lot of people give Alex Jones a lot of crap, but he has basically alluded to exactly what you're saying many times. He said he's like, people always want to blame like a certain group of Jays, but he's like, they're actually claiming the identity of Jays when they're not really, or something along those lines. And I didn't know how serious to take that, but there does seem to be a historical argument for that. You know, to what degree I can't say, but it does seem like that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, I do find that line of inquiry interesting, because like look at Israel right now is having not a civil war, but you're starting to see like there's a lot of internal strife, and I don't mean just between the Muslims and the Israelis, right? Like there's, a lot of people are turning against Netanyahu for whatever reason, and I don't know the details, but a lot of the Jays are attacking Christians, and now Christians are like, well, what the hell? Like, we're here to help you, and you guys are turning against us. So what's going on with that? You know what I mean? So there seems to be something more to the story than, it's the Jays, whatever, I'm just saying, and again, I'm not saying that it's not, I'm just saying, like, I don't know what, there seems to be a lot more detail that people just don't want to engage in for whatever reason.
Well, the problem with the Alex Jones thing is because he's saying that there's there's a false group that's basically pretending to be Israel, but that goes to but that still follows a racial teleology, because then that means that there's a real group of them that's like some real race out there that is really truly the real Israel, that's not being acknowledged. So I just think that that's kind of a strange theory. Like the Khazarian kind of theory is kind of like following the same kind of racial teleology, because it's like then you would have to assume that if there's a false group of people claiming to be Jews, then there must be a real group somewhere else.
The white
You
people
know
are
what I
the
mean?
Jews.
So it's like it
The
goes
white
back to the same
Caucasians.
yeah.
Well,
What were the
real
names
quick,
of the
this is
apostles? White boy names.
well, that's one thing that does stand out to me that's interesting about the Orthodox versus Protestant, because I don't really understand Catholics at all, but what I'm finding is like the Orthodox don't give any credence to Jays in general. They just kind of just say like, I don't really care because you're not a Christian. But growing up in America, it's very weird to me when I hear Protestants say, well, we have to protect Israel because it says the Bible that we have to protect Israel. And I always felt that at best, that's a misinterpretation of what the Bible's saying. And at worst, I understand why Adam Green says the things that he does, if you get what I'm saying. Like,
Well, it's kind of strange, because in Romans, Paul just says not all who claim, or I think it's in Romans, he says not all who claim to be of Israel are of Israel. So he's kind of ambiguous within Romans about who he considers a Jew. Now, then he says that there's spiritual Jews and Jews that receive circumcision in the flesh. So then he's like forming it to like only a religious connotation. So he's like, if you had to boil down what Judaism meant into just he said you couldn't do it as like people having a certain race or having a certain flesh. It would just have to be a spiritual thing, you know. So I don't so that's why it kind of confuses me sometimes, the Adam Green type of stuff, but at other times, I mean, I see what he's saying, but at another time, I mean, I asked Adam Green personally what he believes, and he doesn't even believe that Paul was a real guy, you know. So when you're willing to take it to that level of just, I think that's like, well, then who made up Paul? You know what I mean? It just goes to like it just goes to like crazy.
Well, what I mean specifically, just to make sure it's clear about that, is what I mean by I understand what Adam Green's saying. What I mean is, I find it odd that the Christians seem to be defending the Jays because they think that, well, we have to have another temple, we have to have another Israel, and they think that they have to protect them, while being a Christian who are basically saying, well, they don't really believe in Christianity. And so I don't know, I just see that there's some sort of conflict of interest there, and Protestants don't seem to have any acknowledgement of that, right? And so I just find that odd, personally.
Well, that's because like this dude Martin Luther was like straight up into, because Martin Luther thought like you have to interpret the Bible like by what the Jews say about it. So he would go to like rabbis and shit and try to like reinterpret the Bible, because he didn't like I guess trust the church to interpret the Bible for him. So right at the beginning of Protestantism, they tried to go back to like Judaism and like try to make Christianity more like Judaism. But then you have a whole nother thing in Protestantism, because Martin Luther wrote this book called On the Jews and Their Lies, where he was like considered anti-Semitic, and also he's a founder of German nationalism. So like he became this figure that was also against that. So then so some of the Protestant groups would claim that they're like the real Jews. Like so so they came up with like this fucking what do you call it, dispensationalism. Like there's like groups like the Plymouth Brethren in the 16th century, led by this dude named John Nelson Darby. who would basically reinterpret the Bible and say that you had to return the Jews to Israel because that's part of like the end times prophecy or some shit.
Martin Luther is one of my heroes.
Martin Luther King, dude.
I know who he's talking about. He's like a monk and shit. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I mean, I know AJ. I know Alex Jones says about this stuff, but that doesn't mean that the actual real Jays are off the hook. It's because there's Khazarians doesn't mean that the real Jays haven't done some shit. You know, I'm just saying.
Hey, Paul Unslave, the grown-ups are talking here. You can someday we'll let you up from the kiddie table.
Yeah.
Is Paul enslaved Illumitami? And wait a second, did I see Illumitami?
Yes, they are the one and the same person.
Is Illumitami like back now from the grave?
Yes, he's back from his Baker Act.
Yeah.
What's this dude getting? He's getting a. Is that a hookah? The buka. Hookah.
Paul's one to talk about egos, dude. That dude's pretty fucking narcissistic.
Paul Enslaved.
Yeah.
I could roast that guy all night. It'd be so easy. It's too easy. We're gonna keep it intellectual here tonight, though.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Conflict. Conflict.
Yeah, you know what, man? I watched Alex Jones for like entertainment purposes years and years and years ago, and like, I don't know, man. I always smelled some type of, there was like something else going on there, dude. And you could see it, like the way that he would like, I think he started off legit and got co-opted and was always trying to like figure out ways to like sabotage himself. That's just my personal theory. But he said a bunch of shit on camera that, you know, and he had people like come join his team and then leave for like weird reasons and stuff like that. And I don't know.
Didn't Truth Stream Media used to fuck with them, right?
Yep. True. What is it? Melissa and Aaron Dykes. And they're actually a pretty damn good channel now.
Yeah, I agree. That dude puts me to sleep though, but I like when she's talking.
Well, her quality of voice was actually the reason why Alex Jones hired her.
She just sounds very like urgent. Like it's very urgent. She has to get this message to you.
They're pretty damn good researchers, man. And what
Yeah,
I like,
good shit.
Yeah, a lot of their content is about mind control, which you don't hear. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm just in the wrong circles, but not a lot of truthers talk. I mean, you always hear them talking about MK Ultra and all this shit, but like they've got documentary after documentary about that subject.
Here's Fuckboy. Fuckboy's here.
Hey, it's Paul.
Oh, what's up, Paul?
Yeah, I'm your daddy. I'm so corny.
Ooh, you got me.
Weirdo. Fucking weirdo. Who says that? Daddy. Who writes that shit? Daddy.
Oh, fucking weird motherfucker.
Control freak Nazi.
Yeah.
I thought it was really him.
Who was it? Be
That was JG.
hey, I thought of a good one. Martin Luther. We was kings.
Ooh. Boulevard. We was Kings Boulevard.
So I saw I don't know. I mean, you can fake anything nowadays, but I saw a video of Martin Luther King talking about how how farmers get government subsidies, right? How farmers freaking get money from the government and all this kind of stuff. And he was saying that was basically, in so many words, he was saying that was like racist, and that's part of the justification behind why we needs to get our check from the government.
Mm. Well, he was a communist confirmed, right?
Yeah, he was.
And that was one of the big communist moves, was the forced integration.
But he was a communist for the Lord.
Mm.
There's no such thing.
No,
EBT says he wants to apologize to the Machine Lies for being a drunk fool on his stream the other night. I only saw a little bit of EBT's part.
It's okay. It's okay. We had a lot of fun, you know.
He's like, I'm sending my kids to this fucking school, even though he's a fucking Freemason.
Thank you for coming through. Yeah, actually, Rudolf Steiner is one of my favorite subjects, for real. Yeah, I like talking about Rudolf Steiner. Is like a weird dude. But yeah, that's another thing I noticed. Like during the Obama thing, I wanted to mention was like I never seen like going to like clubs and shit, and like there was like so many psychedelics and shit like at the club, and like fucking like there was like a lot of like people doing psychedelics like all over the place. Like I remember like that was like a thing that came up for the first time. Like I remember they had like Alex Jones, and they had like David Patrick Harry, and they had like the Gnostic media guy or whatever, the Jan Irvin guy, and like they had a bunch of guys talking about how psychedelics were gonna like enlighten people, and then they turned around and became Christians, and they started saying how like psychedelics are actually evil. Like there was like 2 or 3 of like motherfuckers like that. Like I noticed like that was like a weird trend where it was like people doing psychedelics and then saying like, oh, that shit's like evil. But yeah,
like in the Obama administration, you're saying, like when around that time.
Oh yeah, I remember like I remember like I would go to parties and like there would be like mushrooms and DMT and people would start telling me like they're taking like ayahuasca and shit, and I'd never heard of like shit like that. Yeah, and people were like
that shrooms and shit was always around, but I do think that ayahuasca and that DMT shit, like the easy accessibility of it, that is a more recent thing.
Dude,
that shit was not around when I was doing drugs when I was 20.
You can pretty much have it delivered to your house now from anywhere in the country. Like they have like Instagram accounts all over that are like selling that shit. Like no
DMT,
like DMT, ketamine, fucking
fuck that.
Shrooms, and I'm like, dude, is this like a bait? Is this like a honeypot or what, dude? Like it's really strange. It's like I get like ads for it a lot for the last 3 years, and actually,
you could buy mushrooms from the smoke shop now. So that's a real thing that's happening. Like if you go to the smoke shop, you could just buy psilocybin mushrooms.
Like it's like just straight decriminalized or what?
You could just buy mushrooms like at the smoke shop. So I guess at a certain rate it would be decriminalized. I guess you could produce chocolate bars with mushrooms inside of them. You couldn't really test the chocolate bars because if you put you could basically take any mushroom and activate it with psilocybin. So it doesn't it's not specific to a strain of mushroom, and you couldn't test that it's in a chocolate bar, you know, that like if it's psychoactive. So if you just sell a chocolate bar made with psychoactive mushrooms, like there literally be no way to like test that shit.
You know what else is a trip is like this is actually an international phenomenon. Like actually in like all over the world, especially in Europe and stuff. Psychedelics is like very big now. From what I'm hearing, again, I don't know for sure, but this is what I've been hearing from other people who live abroad. Like psychedelics are like everywhere. Like everyone's doing ayahuasca, everyone's doing DMT, everyone's doing shrooms. I don't know why that is, but that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, and I mean the shit I brought was like like they said it was like 4 grams, and it was like it was as powerful as just taking like an eighth of mushrooms, like that we used to buy back in the day. So it's pretty dangerous. Like I would say, like if kids are buying this shit, it's
You're saying it was
pretty
4 grams of chocolate?
4 grams of mushrooms inside of a chocolate bar.
Damn.
That is an eighth
that's
then.
yeah, so that's a pretty efficient like delivery system for some shit. But yeah.
Yeah. So ayahuasca is like a South American vine or some shit like that, right?
That's what I understand it to be.
It's two different vines. It's like two different parts of two different like
And then they
trees
make a
mixed
tea or some shit out of it.
Yeah, they brewed them up together.
And then what? You like is it a different trip than DMT? Is it like do you break through like they say on DMT?
Yeah, because it's supposed to like because if you take the DMT crystals, you can only smoke that shit. But when you brew up this tea, you could digest the DMT because it has an MAOI inhibitor in it. So you could actually unlock the stomach acids that actually digest it through the stomach. So then you experience this shit for like 8 hours. Because if you just smoke DMT, that's only like a 15-minute trip.
Yeah, but it feel like 8 hours, I bet.
Yeah.
Who the fuck wants a trip like that for 8 hours?
I don't know. I heard it's not very pleasurable, and like motherfuckers like vomit and shit, and you're in the jungle and shit, and these shamans like could possibly take advantage of you because you're just basically in the jungle, like just tripping for 8 hours in a catatonic state.
Fuck that.
Yeah, so you just left your shit with like these dudes. So like I don't know, like they could possibly just rob the shit out of you. Like I don't know. Like it just seems
Fake
very
ass shaman. It's
Yeah,
just some
fake
fucking
shaman,
guy
yeah.
from Brooklyn or something.
Rogan was talking about jaguars or one of those South American big cats like eat that shit, and you could see their pupils dilating, and maybe it's jaguars or leopards or something like that. One of those cats down there will actually know what it is, and they'll eat it and start tripping.
Damn.
Then the clockwork elves tell them where the prey is and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never did any of that shit, man. I couldn't. I'm too old for that shit now.
Yeah, there's like two different types of DMT too, and one of them is like DMT that you get from a plant, and the other one is like 5-MeO DMT, which is like fucked up because it could cause you to go into paralysis, and it also functions as a poison, and like motherfuckers start like turning purple and shit, and they can't move and shit, and it's the shit that comes out of the frogs. So like
Oh, the
motherfuckers
frog's
will like
ass.
Bufotine.
yeah, like it'll come out. Yeah, bufotine. That's right, bufotine. And they found it like like when autistic kids like piss and shit, they find it in their piss and shit.
There's no way. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Hey, Provo, start selling your piss, dude.
Fuck. I remember freaking there was this one time that the toads was like the thing, like for a hot second everybody was talking about licking toad butts and like getting high on freaking bufo toads and shit. But I guess the high is like really short lived. And it's like everybody's talking about smoking toads for a little bit, and I was like, yeah, I'm good on that.
I'm not licking a frog's ass. It's not happening.
I heard about a bunch of people that do DMT saying they needed to wear a diaper because their out of body experience caused them to like fucking shit themselves.
EBT said we got some Earowid shit now. Why don't you jump on in, EBT? I know you got some Earowid stories to tell.
Yeah.
This is a study from PubMed. It says elevated urine levels of bufotenine in patients with autism spectrum disorders and schizophrenia. I don't know. That shit tripped me the fuck out when I read it. I was like, weird.
Can you send that to me?
It's fucking weird. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what. Like I read it a long time ago. Yeah.
Yeah, if you ever find that,
I'll send it to you for real. I'll put it in this private thing here. It said it's published by the government. So,
Hey Drew, I've been meaning to ask you a question too. What do you think is the next big psyop? Like, if you had to guess, like, what do you see coming?
Joe versus the volcano. Volcanic activity. I could see like natural disasters happening where there's crazy shit going on, gay pride parade or something like that, and then they just have to say something happened, and then they'll try to like start make people think it's like God is smiting these people or something, maybe. Or the White House is so corrupt it got hit by an asteroid or some shit, and it's like it's obviously a missile or something. I don't know. My predictions are always wrong, so that's all you have to know.
Definitely seems like they're trying to slowly build up to some type of Project Bluebeam like event.
I think it's civil war is where they want to go.
Oh, definitely.
Basically, they can say like, oh, why do you keep hitting yourself, America? See, you're doing it to yourself. I feel like that's exactly what they would do. It's like judo, man. Like, use your force against yourself. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know exactly what form it'll take, but I think this is what I tell people who have like extremist, like, they think that they have to do something major against everything. I'm like, I feel like they're trying to provoke people. You know what I mean? Like, they're obviously trying to provoke people to do something stupid. That's kind of what I see happening.
Again, though, I think most people, well, especially on the right wing, they won't do anything without a direct order from a leader. Like Antifa will just go fuck some shit up, but the right won't really respond or do anything. But if Donald Trump said, hey, Antifa's out here fucking shit up, I need you guys to come out and stand guard and keep them held back, I think they would actually do it.
Well, and the funny thing is, like, if they let it go for a while and then they say, oh, look, we can get away with it. It's just like the retail theft. They let it go for like 2 or 3 years, and now like the federal task force is like catching all these people. And of course, it's still destroying the economy, but they don't care about that. It's more like you kind of entice people to do shit, and then they do it, and then you turn the system against them, and it justifies increased control. Like, I actually think a big part of this is they're going to start making you got to present your actual like real ID to get into the grocery store. And people say, well, we have to because all these people keep stealing all this shit. See what I mean? It's like they're kind of like they always have an excuse, right? And I think that's kind of
real ID is a major play coming in, and I think it will be tied to your internet usage. The one to verify there's no bots online, supposedly you'll need some kind of passport to get online. It could be linked to the real ID.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is going to be like an aspect of a smart city, right? But like, meanwhile, all the country folk are going to go back. They're going to start farmers markets, black markets, or maybe black farmers markets.
Got them watermelons today, boy.
Well, I didn't mean it like that, but yeah.
Oh, oops. You neither. What's up, E?
What's happening?
You got some psychedelic experiences or what?
All I've got is a message from our sponsor for the night, Jew Burger. Shout out to Jew Burger. Fresh kosher, fresh fast, over 6 million served. Get yourself a Jew Burger today.
Man, I tried one. It's a little ashy.
You'll get used to it. You'll get used to it.
Yeah, I think you got your ovens turned up a little bit higher there at Jew Burger.
We keep it hot. We keep it hot over here at Jew Burger.
Yeah. I'm a little bit well done.
You know, there's actually. I just want to mention that because I drink a little more wine than I usually do, but there's a Dead Kennedy song called "Saturday Night Holocaust" or "Holocaust." I don't know if I could say the word, but you know what I mean. And it talks about that where they're basically like making Soylent Green burgers out of the local concentration camp. Pretty funny song.
Whoa. Yeah.
That's right. Mac Daddy in the house. Mac Daddy in the house. That's right.
Welcome to the third hour here. We are joined by EBT. You're checking out that outlining our enslavement.
What's
vibe check, vibe check, everyone, vibe check.
Where's all the haters at? Where's all the trolls at?
Okay, I got an idea. So I'm gonna start promoting this now. In the near future, we're gonna do on one of these streams. We're gonna do a truther talent show. So you make beats, you can come up, you can share. This is my wife's idea, so I got to give credit to my wife. Make beats, she can come up, she can show her little drawings she makes. Well, Dana can come drop some fire bars, whatever your little talent is. JG skateboards, he can show a little video of him skateboarding.
I like it.
Just
I like
skateboard
it.
right on it.
Paul Unslave can come on and tell us how he stands for rights and freedoms, like all this kind of stuff, right? We'll bring our talents and everything to the show. Yeah, that's awesome.
Right.
That's actually a really good idea. I like that. I dig that. That's
Shout
cool.
out to Layla.
Taking it back to grade school up in his B.
No, I like it.
Yeah, Matt can show off his kung fu golf skill. Matt can come swing the nunchucks.
No, he can show us how you can protect your house from cat piss. That's his special talent.
He can shovel some snow.
Illumatomic knows how to cook some stuff up in the kitchen.
Ooh.
On his little hot plate. He's coming for you, EBT. I heard Illumatomi's coming for you.
I know he's coming for me. He's coming for me. He's
gonna drop it. He's gonna drop a diss track on me, dude.
He's gonna drop a diss track on you, and then he's gonna expose me how I was an idiot for that video that I made with Truth or Cop about exposing him. But how I was looking at old GPS images, like there's a tree.
My apartment's really not this shitty.
There's not
That's
even
an
a
old
tree there
picture, dude.
anymore.
It's an old picture, dog. They upgraded this fucking shithole apartment.
The fuck are you talking
Apartment
about?
5B.
He
Got
still ain't
stainless
even
steel
say-
appliance.
He
in this
still
bitch,
ain't even
man.
saying what the fuck happened to him. Oh, I fell asleep while there's a SWAT team in my living room
For 3 weeks.
for 3 weeks. Right? Like, what the fuck, dude? Come on.
Maybe it was another situation of the cops freaking getting the wrong address. And they were actually originally supposed to be coming for Tommy, and they like knocked down his neighbor's freaking door and were in there, and they were like, "Oh fuck, he's not it." And then they looked through his like kitchen window and they saw us, and they're like, "Oh yeah, it's this guy." You know, I mean that shit. The cops do that shit all the time.
Yeah, fucking cops. Am I right? Am I right? Yeah,
Okay,
Tommy is the real SEAL Team 666. That's
Yeah.
probably his
Speaking of that, EBT, your SEAL Team 666 series is going great. When's the next update?
Hopefully in the next day or two. The next one is going to be really crazy. There's some really fucking crazy shit in the next one, but
Okay, and then
that leads to a third one for sure, and they're probably at least a four. I'm probably going to do an entire one just on Operation Neptune because I think that's probably one of the most interesting ones. But the next one's going to cover. I've got it all planned out. I just haven't had the time to do the stream, but like it's going to cover some really kind of fucked up shit that's ingrained in SEAL culture, like selling the youngest guys in the crew to like transsexuals and St. Thomas. Like there's all kinds of fucking crazy shit in this next one. Yeah, it's intense. So
now with your SEAL research and your extensive conspiracy knowledge, have you come across what Cecil and I were talking about earlier, where SEAL supposedly shot a 6-fingered giant, red-haired giant?
Yeah, the Giant of Kandahar. Yeah,
that's what it's called.
It was a CIA SAD group, and allegedly, sometimes it's told as it's a SEAL team, sometimes it's a CAG team or a Delta Force team. But I've talked to several veterans about that over the years, and some people have said that they had personal experiences with that kind of shit in Afghanistan as well. So
with giant.
Yeah, with giants or looking for Vermont. There was even like a Netflix movie where they made a movie about it, to where there was like a CIA team and a SEAL team that was out looking for like Vermontas or some shit that were hidden in Afghanistan and shit, you know. That parlays into theories of why they went to Iraq, right? They wanted to get some kind of hidden technology and all that kind of bullshit and all that stuff, but I don't know. I think for the most part, it's probably bullshit is my go-to thing, but it's possible, right? I don't know.
That's why they said that Indians said how you had to show your hand. You had to show you had only 5 fingers, so you didn't have that 6th finger. You weren't of that race.
How?
how high? I can't say it.
I don't know.
Yeah. What I
the
heard was
Kandahar thing is weird. I don't know. It's not like 100% verified, but I mean, who knows? I mean, who really knows whether that's real or not? I don't know.
Well, it goes back to like the Indiana Jones shit with like the Shambhala, with like the legends of like the Yeti, and like where they go to India, they try to find like Shambhala in the Xinjiang mountains or in the Gobi Desert, and there's also like sometimes they say it's like in the Gobi Desert too. So they say like around Afghanistan and like also I think Kazakhstan and the Xinjiang province in China, and Tibet. They say like that whole region. They say like
based on the Himalayas.
Yeah, based on the Shambhala.
And you know what's funny about that though, with that Giant of Kandahar thing, is like it was actually an ex-Navy SEAL that is now a TikToker and YouTube that was one of the prominent people that brought that narrative to the surface and made that a popular thing. Mr. Ballin.
Yeah, it's all make believe.
So my question with all that shit is what the fuck's in Iran where they don't just run up in Iran? Does Iran have some crazy
Iranians
tech?
are actually Aryans, and the giants don't fuck with those.
I mean, Iran's pretty based. I mean, but I don't know. But maybe, I don't know. I mean, we've been kind of surrounded. I mean, we kind of placed, the whole idea kind of, this is a conspiracy that's going on right now, is part of the reason why we went into Afghanistan and why we left all that equipment there, was part of a potential invasion of Iran, right? So now we have forces from Afghanistan using U.S. Supplied gear and vehicles and equipment to attack Iran. And then also would have been the reason why we would have went into Iraq as well, but even Syria. But I mean, but I don't know. It seems like that's something that's been going on for 20, 30 years at this point. I mean, there's even the incident when we destroyed almost, the huge part of the Iranian Navy and stuff. I mean, so we've been going back and forth with Iran in these conflicts for quite a long time, but I don't know. It seems like defense contracting because, like, I mean, Iran has like fucking F-16s and shit. You know, they have American equipment as well. So I mean, it's like, I don't know, war games, real life war games is what it kind of seems like. I don't know.
I heard Iranians are actually really good at reverse engineering a lot of shit too. Like they've done that with some of our drones and some Russian tanks and equipment and shit like that. Like they know how to pull stuff apart and figure out how to build it.
That's not really that complicated, though. Really, in the entirety. I mean, like, yeah, I guess they reverse engineered like nuclear power and all that kind of shit was allegedly leaked technology and all this kind of shit. And then it was Obama that shut them down, right? Obama shut down the Iranian what do they call it, where they make the material for the nuclear plant. I can't think of the word right now. The enrichment plants, they shut them down with Stuxnet. Remember that? Remember that whole event where we shut down all those?
Yeah.
Stuxnet, like a hacking program or something like that.
Yeah. Allegedly, we hacked the whether it's plutonium, I don't remember exactly what the element was they were using, but we hacked the enrichment facilities and made it go to where they self-destructed themselves based on the computer program.
Stephen David's asking if you are young or old Earth.
I am definitely not a young Earth creationist. I think that's bullshit to me. But I'm also not millions of years old. I'm neutral in it, but I'm definitely not young Earth. I think most young Earth are. No, I think most young Earth arguments are bullshit. But I don't know. I really do not like young Earth. I think it's funny where I see like the ortho bros are on this like young Earth creationism push lately and shit, like, which is really kind of this newer like Protestant idea. This whole idea that, you know, you can interpret chronology out of the Bible, and well, the Bible says that it's 6,000 years old, therefore it has to be 6,000 years old, and this kind of shit. Like, I don't know. That's a line too far for me. I don't know.
I think it's probably that the Earth is like very, very old, but I don't think like if you go far back, like there was like I don't think anybody can prove that like there was like dinosaurs or like giant bugs or any of that shit. But
yeah, I mean, I don't believe in dinosaurs. Like that's a hard stop on dinosaurs. I don't believe in dinosaurs whatsoever.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, hard stop on the dinosaur stuff, but yeah, human beings and the Earth is probably very old. You know, wouldn't you agree, BT?
I would say very old. I would say probably older than 6,000 years old. I just don't think that there's any good way to say that the Bible is an accurate chronology to where you could backdate the actual origins of humanity, like in a scientific like method. And I think any attempts to do that are kind of dubious, and they just seem ridiculous to me.
Sound like some archaic shit here. 26,000 years old.
No, Archaics is a young Earth creationism, though. He does believe in young Earth. That's his theory, right? Even so far,
I thought his shit was older than.
No. He's saying it's younger because remember, he's saying that Atlantis was in 1300 BC, whereas like Graham Hancock and these other guys say it's in like 9,000 or 11,000 BC or whatever, based on just one story from Plato, which is obviously an allegory, right? I mean, like, I don't know, to think that this is somehow something you can base your entire construction of how old the Earth is ridiculous to me as well. But then you get into the problems with, like, in the Bible, there's all these weird genealogies, right? Like I don't really think guys were living for 900 years and shit. Like, I don't think there's so many issues with that to where I would never buy into that, though. But there is a big movement, even in trad Catholics, there's a big young Earth creationism movement happening too. But really, the whole idea is pretty relatively new within Christianity in general. When they just relatively kind of started talking about this idea. I mean, even a lot of church fathers kind of understood the Old Testament just to be kind of primarily an allegory to some extent. It wasn't necessarily like pinned down actual historical chronology that we could backdate on a timeline or something. I mean, that wasn't, I don't know. To me, that's too far and ridiculous to me. And maybe that is the case. Maybe it's not. I don't know. But to me, it's not a matter of faith in general. And I honestly don't even care how old the fucking Earth is. Like, what does it honestly mean to me? What if I knew how old the Earth was? What do I get some fucking merit badge for that shit or something? What do I achieve with that? Nothing. And what would it benefit anybody they were hiding that knowledge anyway? Like I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, secret knowledge usually is just weird fucking butt stuff. Essentially, is what secret knowledge is.
Well,
there is no secret knowledge where they got all this shit. They know everything. They can control you. Mostly, it's fucking pee pee and the poo poo, and that's the secret knowledge. When you get deep down into all these fucking occult shit, that's all it is. Really, it's just faggot shit.
Well, I think it's I'm not exactly sure right now how, but it makes a statement on evolution or some shit. Because it's like, if you go back far enough, I guess you want to see how far back humans go, or if human beings were there at the beginning, because that would disprove evolution. So if you said
even in the Bible, the humans weren't there in the beginning. God created the earth and all these other stuff, and then he made the humans out of dirt, made Adam out of dirt. You could extrapolate that to be the primordial ooze, even though that's not even an accepted scientific thing anymore, right? But things existed before humans existed, right? It's not, the Bible is not saying that humans existed at the same time that the earth existed. So we could extrapolate out those 6 days to be any amount of time on a timeline, right? Does that mean it's 6 24-hour days that this happened, literally, where one day God created this, next day God created animals? Like, I don't know. Why would I have to believe that?
Well, it's like Maimonides and shit, where he goes, well, he's like, he interprets the story of Genesis, going that it goes from minerals to plants to animals to humans the way it does in Aristotle. And I'm like, well, that's kind of like playing fast and loose. You know what I mean? Because it's like, it's not really talking about the hierarchy of being. It's just saying that God created all these other things before he created humans, So I don't know if that could be measured up to like a hierarchy of like,
I mean,
being.
typologically, though, could you look at it as though it is demonstrating the hierarchy of being, though? I mean, why wouldn't it demonstrate that, though?
Well, I mean, say you made well, because it doesn't say that. It doesn't say like, oh, like the plants or the animals are like, a first stage of shit, and then he made the humans kind of like the plants and the animals, but a little bit better and shit. It doesn't really, what I mean? It doesn't really say it like that,
Yeah, no, but he does give dominion to the humans, though, right? Like, and he does
Right.
allow them to categorize and name all these things that.
Well,
he has
that's what I see. Well, that's what I see is like the water and shit and the air, like that's first, and then it's like plants and animals, it's like that's second, and then it's like humans like being third, but then humans he makes in his image. So then it's like humans are on a whole nother level than like the rest of creation, to a certain level, to where it's like you can't really have a hierarchy, so to speak. But like, and then humans are made out of the minerals, you know what I mean? So like I don't know, to me it just doesn't really, match like a Jewish or like Maimonides like type of hierarchy of being.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't know. You know.
I'd just like to
Do you guys
address.
think-
I'd
you guys
just like to
think
address
cavemen
our
existed?
troll. I'd just like to address our troll in the chat there.
He's such a weak
Cuckoo
ass
Bird
troll.
91. He's gonna love this, right? Because he believes the Bible's fiction, completely fake, and used to control people. But then anytime I say anything slightly, whatever the word is, he'll take it and run with it and say, well, EBT denied the Bible. That makes him a terrible person. He says the earth could be billions of years old. He doesn't believe the earth's 6,000 years old. He's full of shit. He doesn't think the Bible says the earth is flat. He thinks Big Bang is not anti-creationism, all this kind of bullshit, right? Well, the Big Bang points to a beginning, and that is more related to theism than it is for anything else, right? Because at least it admits there's a beginning. It doesn't say that it always exists. It would be more pagan if the Big Bang said that the universe always existed. But if you point to the idea that there's a beginning, that actually ties better into the biblical narrative, right? And then also, he made a video of this where I was talking about this, which is true. The Big Bang Theory is not a theory of ex nihilo, okay? It's not out of nothing. That's not the theory, okay? That is just not the theory. Anybody that thinks that's the reality, that's not what it is. And all the time, flat earthers and all these conspiracy theorists come out, even though they don't believe in God and they don't believe in the biblical narrative, they'll say, well, the Bible says that God created ex nihilo. Well, why are you appealing to the Bible? You don't believe in it. I don't get this. I don't get this logic from these type of people. Anyways, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Continue.
Tyrannicide, I want to address the fact that in several Middle Eastern languages, the word Adam or variations of the word Adam actually means mankind.
All is a tomb.
All is a tomb. Yeah, right.
Hey guys, I have to jump off for a little bit, but I'll try to jump back in if you guys are still going. Thanks for having me on, man.
Appreciate you. Neurojack, everybody. If Jessica Jane was here, she'd be dropping the link. I haven't seen her around tonight, though. Shout out to Jessica Jane, though. I could do it if I wasn't on a Chromebook.
Yeah, exactly. Adam is Hebrew for man, but the word in
even in the hieroglyphic sense of what we know as Hebrew, right? Even it displays it as a man. But
what about Adam Cadman?
Yeah, that definitely ties into it in Kabbalah for sure.
How old is
the story of Adam and Eve is actually like a
not has always existed. There was no beginning or end of the not know.
An analogy of at mankind's struggle with evil or something like that, right? Story of Adam and Eve.
Okay, well here's the same thing though. So I'll make a distinction though, at least in what I believe, right? Though I do believe there is actually a genetic Adam and Eve, though. I really do believe that really is a true revelation within Scripture. Is that I do believe there is an original genetic source of what we are as humans. So I don't know. You can run with that. Mr. Cuckoo Bird 91, what you want, and try to portray that as however you want. But, I look at it very nuanced to an extent, right? But I do not think that necessarily, I don't believe in evolution, the idea that, there is no such thing as species and that we kind of just generally evolved from something. But at the same time, the Bible really does portray evolution in kind of a meta narrative to some extent, right? Because it wasn't humans that existed first. It was the earth, the waters below, the waters above, yada yada, the animals, and then the humans, right? So it was a progression, right? Now, if you want to hold hard and fast literally to that and say there was 6 24-hour days, then I don't know, you got a lot to There's a lot to have to try to prove with that. I don't know. I don't
I don't know why I always entertain this guy. It's just because he's so fucking dumb. Like, Baked Alaska confirmed Fed. Nick Fuentes, you got to know he's a Fed just because he's fucking with Kanye and shit.
I'm not running a movement. I've got like basically no fans. Like, I'm not even making any money off
the
this.
Thorpes have
I'm
like
a drunk
3,000 subscribers.
retard on the internet, and I just say shit.
Thorpes have like 3,000 subscribers because he pimps his daughter out to the internet. Like, they're just weird. They're not even Fed. What are the Thorpes pushing as far as like
nothing? Nothing.
They're just degenerates.
They literally just wanted to be internet.
Yeah, they're just clout chasers. That's it.
We're not here to fool people.
The feds aren't paying fucking Grace Thorpe to have a shitty personality. What would be the point of that?
What is it that black guy that says that we was Indians? What's his tagline again? I'm not here to change your mind. I'm just. What's his tagline? I can't remember.
Which guy are you talking about?
The fucking black, the guy that went up against Judge Joe Brown, the guy that says that black people are Indians.
Oh, the Dane Calloway.
Dane Calloway, right? What's it? His tagline's like, I'm not here to change your mind.
I don't know his tagline.
The rest of it. Somebody will know.
Where's Ben?
He was in. I think he was in Zetetic's Warriors chat because I saw a clip where they were calling out. Somebody was calling out Ben in Zetetic Warriors chat.
I saw him in Aphrodite's comments.
Oh shit!
She went to Arkansas. I wonder what
I'm
happened.
not here to change your mind. I'm just here to make you think. That's his tagline.
Yo, did Rose really drive by your house, Drew?
Yeah, I got the Ring doorbell footage. She did a menstrual drop on my lawn.
Whoa.
I went up there, I was like, yo, who fucking spilled some paste picante sauce? And then I checked the Ring.
I mean, at least you probably don't got a bow, right? I mean, probably.
And my internet went out for like a week. She came all the way to the East Coast and went to Jacksonville. And then went home to California. Wouldn't you go to Miami? Wouldn't you go to Miami or some shit?
She's in South Carolina. Last I saw.
Oh, she is? Okay, then maybe her mama flew out here or something.
She was in South Carolina at a water park with looked like probably family members or something. I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. I mean, that was an expensive trip to drive that bread truck all the way out here, but.
Can you imagine? Where's that money coming from? That's got to be insane.
Shit.
Diesel bread truck across the country for months.
Yeah, I don't know what that shit costs in California, but here it's still repairs. Like $5 a gallon. So
plus repairs and food and all the other shit you would need.
Yeah, bro, we do like a road trip 300, 200 miles, and it costs a ridiculous amount of money for a family to go.
Dude,
200 miles.
Food right now is out of control.
Oh yeah, food's insane. Yeah,
bro, it's fucking going up. None of the mainstream people are saying shit, but it's like slowly inching up in price.
Yeah, everything. Especially like fresh fruit.
Here in Chicago, we never got a decrease in fucking gas prices ever. Like they pretty much once they went up, we just stayed there. I know a lot of other places they went down, but shit, dude, they're still expensive. And I blame Machine Lies people. It's the fucking it's the towel heads over there in Saudi Arabia that are out here jacking up these prices. So what do you have to say about that, Machine
Biden
Lies?
was pointing to it in the sticker.
Well, my dudes are the dudes who make the clothes. They're not the oil people.
I don't buy clothes, so I don't.
Yeah, we make textiles and shit. we don't even manufacture oil and shit.
Yeah,
How
food
much
is
is gas
fucking me
over
up,
there,
bro.
DP?
Oh, you making the Yeezys over there in Pakistan then, huh?
We got mangoes. We got samosas. Yeah.
His
What
people
kind of
making
food
the
are you guys
Yeezys,
buying? If you
$300
go to a-
shoes and
If
shit.
you go to a grocery store, what kind of food are you buying?
Real food, not McDonald's.
I like samosas, actually. They're pretty good.
No, that's what I'm asking. If you go to a grocery store, what kind of food are you buying?
Fruit and meat.
Yes.
All right, so meat, that's what's getting you there.
Beef's brutal.
Oh yeah, they're definitely trying to drive people towards vegetarianism with the meat prices. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, that's what I think's funny about Paul Enslaved is if you look at his whole fucking shtick, it's all WEF fucking New World Order bullshit. He believes
Yeah,
in fucking
I like how
believes
he
in
larped as a
vegetarianism.
vegetarian. Yeah.
He's a vegetarian. Did you hear him talking the other night about hunting? He's talking
Mhm.
mad shit about hunting, saying if you go out and hunt and a bear eats you, then he's glad. He laughs at those people because you don't have the right to go out and hunt to feed your family.
Dude, yeah, I mean, he's
That's some
just
New
a
World
weak,
Order shit.
he's just a weak fucking beta boy. I mean, like, I don't know if
That's
you're.
literally WEF fucking.
I've heard him try to talk about his whole vegan argument and stuff, and then it's I don't know, it's just fucking pathetic. The only guy that I do think that actually promotes a pretty decent, reasonable vegan argument is that guy that Jim Bob went up against, that perspective philosophy guy. His is somewhat, perhaps slightly coherent, but at the end of the day, I think it's bullshit.
I'll do it just to lose weight, but I don't think it can be done for long periods of
and
time.
that's the general argument though from the opposing force. Like I don't give a fuck what your diet is. What the fuck does your diet mean to me? It's not why am I going to judge you on your diet choice? But the reverse of it.
It's the ego part of these vegans. That's fucking crazy.
They're morally superior to you because they
Right.
don't eat the fucking hamburger.
And it's obvious that Paul's not a fucking vegan. Come on.
Yeah,
Veganism is a form of extremism.
Stolen valor.
Yeah, that perspective. But I forget what was his name. Perspective philosophy or.
Yeah.
Yeah, that dude. Yeah, that dude had some good points. That he made. But I think that Garland Farms dude had a seductively good position because he was like taking it to a level where he's against veganism because of the use of how corn and soy and shit like that is like destructive because they use it for animal feeds and they use it for industrial farming, and how corn and soy is linked into the industrial farming and the monoculture. And the pesticides is actually what's causing the fucking problem. So it's actually the vegetables are destroying the fucking land, and then they're using it as animal feed, spraying the corn, and the soy, with pesticides, and then feeding them to the animals, and then feeding the animal meat to the humans. So the humans are still getting fed the same shit. They're still getting fed corn and soy, but it's just through the animals and shit. So like that's the fucked up, like that's the fucked up part. Like,
Yeah, but that's also like, is it the demand of the meat industrial meat industry that's demanding that they use these farming techniques, like, or is it like, I don't know. It'd be hard to argue which one came first there for that, right? Are we producing these crops to support the meat industry?
I think it would be that, yeah.
That's obviously what it is. So I mean, like, I don't necessarily understand why that argument would work. I know that guy does want to set up a debate with Andrew, and And that guy does go on Paul Enslaved as well. That Garland Farms guy.
Yeah, I
he gets
seen him. Yeah.
he gets triggered on Paul, but
yeah, but it was weird. He went on Paul. The time I seen him on Paul and Slave because I wanted to hear his like position or whatever, and then he goes. He starts talking to him about octahedrons.
Oh, really?
Cube octahedron.
He's like, I heard about the octahedron, and he's
Paul
like,
and Slave has no idea what a fucking octahedron is. I guarantee
yeah,
it.
and he's like, this octahedron is like, he's like, he starts describing, yeah, the dodecahedron or whatever, how it's like the essence of all life and shit. I was like, what the fuck?
Isometric vector projection.
Yeah, the isometric vacuum.
Yeah, Paul and Slaves is probably like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, he's a pretty smart dude in general, but yeah, no, the vegan ploy is a total red flag, and
I think he's vegetarian.
Like vegetarian. I'm sorry, because nobody can actually be a vegan. It's an impossible standard to hold yourself to, anyways. Like that's the other problem, especially if you're on the internet, because electronics use animal products just in their construction and their makeup to be able to do these things. So I mean, like whether it's components within your screen or within circuit boards and stuff, they still rely on animal products. So are you being real and saying that you're a vegan? And being on the internet and telling people that you're a vegan? No, you're not. You shouldn't be on the internet whatsoever. And you shouldn't even be using electronic devices because they use animal products in and of themselves. So
yeah,
could you promote a vegan diet? Yes, perhaps. But as you guys were talking about earlier in the stream about Native Americans and, the colonial expansion and all this kind of stuff, like even Jefferson proposed the idea that they would push the vegetarian diet upon the Indians in a way to destroy their guts, to where the first push was the fur trade and the buffalo trade, to where they would promote that the Indians kill as many buffaloes as they could, which was one of their main food sources, in exchange for whiskey. So that you got the Indians hooked on the fire water, but then you promoted the vegetable diet to them with different vegetables that weren't common to them, that would destroy essentially the biome. And then essentially by destroying their gut biome, you would be able to quickly decimate a population of people by controlling their diet. This is literally comes out of Art of War. This is basic military tactics. And then there are official letters from Jefferson to William Henry Harrison, the governor of Indiana, who was a primary guy in the expansion of the, federal government into the Indian territory, to where this would be their primary goal, would to be put the Indians onto a vegetable-based diet and to remove all their meat sources from them. So, that's a big red flag again to me. I don't know.
Shout out to Pretty. I want to plug the Truth or Talent show coming soon. Also, Pretty, you can call in and sing.
Don't forget all the germ warfare the Europeans were levying against the Indian population via smallpox. And there was a couple
see, the smallpox thing I think is probably inflated more than what it really is, because I don't really think they really understood what the fuck smallpox was enough to be able to say, hey, we can give these guys some blankets with smallpox, and I don't think they really understood. I think that was probably an unintended consequence, personally, the whole smallpox thing. I think that's overblown. I think that's kind of a leftist kind of thing to say, well, they gave the Indians smallpox blankets and they all got some. I don't think they really knew that was going to be a consequence of that. Because I don't think they really understood how the transmission worked on that. And I still don't think we understand how transmission with these things works. So I don't think that was a planned out thing. It might have been an unintended consequence, right? But that's my position on that.
They probably did succumb to some. I mean, maybe it was just malnutrition or whatever because of the diet thing you were just talking about. But Europeans probably were carriers of diseases that they had built up immunity to, right?
And it went vice versa, though. It went vice versa because the people that were coming here also got diseases that they weren't exposed to. I mean, it was just kind of the thing. So, I mean, like, to think that, I don't know. I really am opposed to the idea that they weaponized smallpox before they even had any concept of what smallpox even was somehow but there is actual proof that they wanted to weaponize diet, though, because this is literally in letters from Jefferson to the military saying this is what we want to do to the Indian population to be able to decimate them.
Well, that's one thing. That's one thing that I think is interesting to know. I don't think you're healthier if you eat vegetables or animals, but it is interesting to note that once you feed pigs and chickens and cows corn and soy, which is not in their natural diet, you know, they do have to then give them like antibiotics,
right?
And pharmaceuticals and shit, and then human beings do end up, you know, eating those antibiotics and shit and getting antibiotic resistance and shit, you know, so that when you get sick, you know, that shit doesn't work. So I mean, I could see that becoming down the road where, you know, they don't necessarily, and that might be one of the reasons why they might have to create more virulent types of vaccinations and stuff because of antibiotic resistance, you know, down the line.
Well,
So that's one of the things.
You even look in the water supply, right? When at the water purification sanitation plants, right? They're not even testing for levels of pharmaceuticals in the water, right? So like it's not even being able to be filtered out, right? So there's all these applications, whether it's not whether or not you're just drinking out of the tap, it's just if you're consuming any of these processed foods, they're using a water supply from a municipal source,
like
one
milk,
way or another.
like milk is a processed food, you know, because those cows are basically radioactive, you know. So it's just like, you know, it's like it is what it is.
Like, I gotta pull that up, man. That video that Big Drink Tea put on his page, and he like super purified the water or whatever, and all the crazy shit that comes out of it. It's fucking insane. The impurities that he pulls out. See if I can pull that up.
You know, I had to go work at the Chicago Deep Tunnel project one time a couple of years ago when they were building it. They were still doing the blasting, and they had this giant like vacuum machine that was ran by a John Deere engine. But it was this giant vacuum machine that every time after they blast, they would suck all the dust out of the tunnel with this machine. But the Chicago Deep Tunnel happens to be in the middle of this huge facility where they take all the solid waste from the sanitation plants and they spread it out all over the ground and let it dry, and then they recover it and then sell it as organic fertilizer to organic farms and stuff. So like to get to where the deep tunnel entrance was, I mean, I was driving through hundreds of yards of literally human shit being set out to dry, and then it gets scooped up, put into a trailer, and then sold to organic farms as organic fertilizer. And that all contains within it everything that they ate, all the pharmaceuticals that they consumed, all this kind of stuff, and it's never getting filtered out of that stuff. So even the organic stuff is still being contaminated by all this pharmaceutical waste, essentially. There really is no way to get rid of it. We really are in this, you know, never-ending cycle. Like it really is a bad deal. Like there really is no way to escape it to some extent, right?
Yeah, North Korea is using human feces for farming fertilizer or some shit, aren't they? And then like they said that they pulled this big ass fucking worm out of this North Korean soldier that defected. He had like a 24-inch worm in his guts because he ate something that they were using human feces as fertilizer for some nasty shit.
And I mean, that's been a common, that has been a, obviously, feces is obviously a common fertilizer for, what we know as farming history to some extent. But at this point, when it's garbage in, garbage out, right? It's the same thing as a computer. So I mean, like, you're essentially producing these things in the waste that you cannot even get out of the waste, even if you wanted to. Especially like with pharmaceuticals, right? If you're pissing out these pharmaceutical residues, the plant that's filtering the water can't
Look at this
get
shit.
rid of those things in general. So it's being put back into the water supply one way or another.
That's the impurities after the Big Drink Tea. Collects that shit from his filters and he showers in it and shit. That's fucking nasty, dude.
While we're on the subject of feces, I've got my colon cleanse stuff here. You guys might have seen this on YouTube.
What kind of water did he filter? Is that government water, faucet water?
Yeah, I think it's just tap water.
Tap water.
What is that, Cecil?
Zupu.
What does it do?
Zabuma?
It uses like cayenne extract and powdered vinegar and a couple of other things to like basically scrub the inside of your intestines off. And it causes you to take like atomic shits.
I was just gonna say, did you take like some wild shits or what?
Definitely more frequent than normal. Yes, yes. You probably seen this stuff in like YouTube commercials or whatever. This dude Umzu or whatever, the guy with the beard, he's talking about.
They don't target that ad to me.
Oh, okay.
I get the ball deodorant ad. That shit must stink.
Fennel seed powder, apple cider vinegar powder, aloe leaves, ginger, burdock root, bentonite, milk thistle,
make you gay.
Caspium anum. Yeah, it's freaking like cayenne pepper extract and stuff. So basically, cayenne pepper and apple cider vinegar, which a lot of people drink vinegar for weight loss. Like every once in a while, you have to like put some hardcore solvents through your guts to get all the fucking shit out of the corners and stuff like that.
You need the terp.
Yeah. It's kind of weird.
I hate fucking. My wife always makes me drink that fucking apple cider vinegar. I hate that shit. I can't fucking stand that shit. The kids love it though. They literally get like drinks that are like kids drinks that are like fucking apple cider vinegar and shit.
But you'll drink like these bottles of fucking liquor.
Oh, for sure. It's alcohol. It's cleansing. It literally cleans the insides, right?
Jesus' first miracle, bro.
That's right. That's what I always say. That's what I always say. Jesus didn't make fucking apple cider vinegar, did he? No.
Because of the amount of sugar that's in everything here in America, the FDA and all whatever allows, especially fast food, bread is practically just pretty much nothing but carbonated sugar. Like if you eat that stuff on the regular, it actually does like stick to the inside of your guts, and you have to use like a hardcore solvent to get it out of there. Apple cider vinegar's mildly acidic, so that works pretty good for that. And then the cayenne pepper.
New comet.
Yeah.
New comet with horns. It's the Phoenix. be visible to the naked eye. Supposedly. Someday.
Corny.
Corny.
Anyways, a dead air, or am I not listening? Do I not have audio? No, numbers dropping, or are the numbers dropping?
Numbers are high as ever, baby.
130, damn.
Balling. You're not even restreaming, man.
Shit.
Oh yeah, is that? Yeah, I forgot about that possibility because I did buy
Oh,
this.
yeah, man. We could be up to like 180. You guys are slipping, man.
Yeah. So if I press the button on the top right corner, it says stream to your audience.
We'll get 8 more viewers.
We'll get 8 more viewers. Okay, I'll do it.
Hey,
They'll
Machine
jump in.
Lives, as a fellow sunglass, fanatic, why the fuck are you always wearing sunglasses?
Well, I don't actually like the laptop screen, especially because it's white.
Who's making all the fucking noise?
Is it JG?
Yeah.
My theory was he's cross-eyed.
You got sensitive eyes. You got blue eyes, right? Don't you have blue eyes?
Look, he's got them crazy eyes. He's got the Rasputin eyes.
The Rasputins. Yeah, that's the Rasputins for
He's
sure.
a true Aryan. He's a true Aryan in disguise.
I got green eyes.
Oh, green. Okay. Well,
Yeah, I
then,
got
just to
green
piss
eyes.
JG off.
From northern Pakistan. That's what we got.
Wow. I mean, should we bring Paul Enslaved up? Is he in the backstage? We need some excitement here.
He knows better.
Yeah, I was just seeing if you had bad vision. My vision's kind of going. I got to get to
Honestly,
a doctor.
knows he's getting
I don't have
wrecked.
insurance. I can't do
No
shit here.
Tommy, nothing.
Come on, people. This is we're in the 3rd hour. We're going into the 4th hour now. We need the chaos now.
Where did we end
Let's
up?
see,
At?
he's still here creeping.
Who? There he is.
Paulie.
Paul, save our broadcast, okay, sir.
Come on, Paulie. We wanna find out why you promote WEF NWO agendas such as vegetarianism.
Yeah, that would be good. Maybe I see Jim Bob in the chat. Maybe Jim Bob will come up for that as well. Jesus Christ, JG, your fucking mic is shit, dude. Cut it off, please.
Stop being a bitch. Look at Paul's photo, right? That's photoshopped. That ain't him. That's not his
No,
body.
that's the one he uses. That's the one he uses.
That's like 3 years old.
No, that's when
Before
he
he
was
went on that vegetarian
22 years old. That's what that pic's from.
That's his MySpace pic.
Yeah, that's his MySpace pic. Yeah, I'm guilty of it. I do that sometimes.
You got to.
Yeah, no, it ain't really him. It's I am the Tao. Just got a burner account. I think Paul would have joined last night though, because he went on Truth or Cop and continued to loop again about how he's the most awesome person on the entire internet and everybody needs to.
That's why Benton's so enthralled with him. It's the same shit.
Right.
It's like I invented MGTOW.
Right. I literally invented the internet.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what?
Your
about
internet?
this-
Hold on. This is my internet. I've been on the internet.
So
I'm more black.
Benton
I'm more
said
black
he's
than
from
black people.
Arkansas, right? Benton said that he's from Arkansas.
Yeah.
So I bought these like $20 like slave shoes from Walmart that literally are like the kind of shoes that they give you when you're in like jail. right? But I actually had paid $20 for them because I was going to the gym and shit, right? And lo and behold, I look at where they're produced. It's Bentonville, Arkansas.
Yeah, that's the home of Walmart.
Home of Walmart.
Whoa.
I mean, you
You get them- you get them
don't
air
even know about
Waltons?
you don't even know about the Benton Internet, son.
You got the
Benton
air
Internet
Walton
connect is created by the Clintons.
That's
There's
Benton's
so many-
grandfather's stomping grounds, Bentonville. That's where
Yeah,
Benton's grandfather.
Benton's grandfather scored 4 touchdowns during the Polk High State Finals. You know, like same game, one game, 4 touchdowns.
Number 33.
Number 33.
Yeah,
and he could beat up your dad,
His
your
dad
dad,
could beat up
your
my
dad,
dad.
your dad. Yeah,
and your dad at the same time. Yeah. Kubahara, come on up.
he's on
Talking all
like
kinds of
some
dumb
like
shit.
8-month-year-old theory that the Thorpes are feds. It's very clear they're not feds at this point. They're
They're just clout chasers.
they're
the
literally
Morphe,
they're literally just people on the internet. They're
they'll
literally
say
just
some
people on the internet.
outrageous shit to try to like get you to be like, oh my god, can you believe that they said his daughter's hot? Oh my god, it's so outrageous, dude.
Just people on the internet. Weirdos on the internet, just like us. No difference.
You're just like Nick Fuentes, dude.
Yeah.
You're rubbing elbows with Kanye.
Yeah, we're out there in the streets organizing, protests and events and
You got 120 people in here
Right.
on a good day.
That's good ratings. I mean, I restreamed it, and I think ratings dropped. Ratings have dropped. Numbers are
Oh
dropping.
shit!
after I
Oh shit!
reposted.
Yeah, I forgot to do that right now. Yeah, I really did though. I was like, I was like in the process of doing it, and then okay.
Oh, they're dropping steady. I just watched 4 drop in the last second there.
Machine Lass, are you in the Men in Black? Are you part of that organization?
No, but I'm in the. I am unslaved. You know what I mean? I'm for my natural rights and freedoms.
Are you Will Smith, sir?
I'm guessing you don't have a driver's license.
Yeah, I actually don't have a driver's license for real.
I believe that.
I knew it.
My baby brother was driving me around, but then he
knew
crashed
it.
the car.
Damn.
By stealing the car with a permit and then crashing it. He stole alcohol, crashed that shit.
Our teenager just had her first wreck the other day.
Yeah, he's on that.
She actually wrecked into a Muslim that was going to prayer at the
It
mosque.
might have been
right
my
down the
brother.
street.
It might have been my baby brother for real.
Okay, I got one. I can't vouch for it though.
The guy was not happy with me when I got to the mosque. I was all like, "Assalamu alaikum, my brother. Assalamu alaikum, my brother. The insurance is very good. The insurance is very good, I promise."
This says a demon is using a person like a puppet. No, this is on. There's no Twitter no more. It's just called X now. There's no time delay between the creepy, wide-eyed woman in blue with her lips and what Stacy speaks into a microphone. Thus, Stacy is not just using an earphone. At one point, the woman in blue covers her mouth with her hands because she realizes her puppet master routine is being filmed. This would be impossible unless Stacy has a brain chip, which causes her to speak the woman in blue's lines in real time. Stacy is a ventriloquist dummy.
There's some Indians that are Muslim, Daniel. There's some Indians that are Muslim. Don't be racist.
To the record, page 55 from the
Oh
committee's
fuck! Look at that
interview
bitch in the back.
with
That's crazy.
FBI employees.
Wait, is this the NPC TikTok lady or no?
No, look.
No.
Look at the bitch in the background.
Administrative matters first. I wanted to
Crazy
introduce
eyes.
into the record, page 55 from the committee's interview with
Oh,
FBI
wow.
employee Roya Demlo.
What the hell?
So she's talking, and then the bitch is saying it in real time. Now I seen the same shit on one of Obama's presidential speeches. Since we're talking about Obama tonight, when Joe Biden was behind him with the black eyes, but his lips weren't moving. But I swear, Biden was like controlling that motherfucker, and his eyes were pure black that night.
I wanted to introduce into the record.
It's all theater. They told her to act like that.
55 from the committee's interview.
Oh, look, that's a crazy bitch, though.
55 from the committee's interview, which took place on July 17, 2023. In that, which took place on July 17, 2023. In that, we're to leave this interview and we're to suggest or imply that when you said the laptop was real, that it meant that the FBI had affirmatively determined in October 2020 that the laptop belonged to Hunter Biden. We're to leave this interview and we're to suggest or imply that when you said the laptop was real, that it meant that the FBI had affirmatively determined in October 2020 that the laptop belonged to Hunter Biden. Would they be representing what you said, correct? Answer by Ms. Demlow. They would be representing what I said because I don't have much knowledge of that. They would be misrepresenting what I said because I don't have much knowledge of that.
Oh, wow.
What the fuck?
What did I do?
Now that chick's extremely anxious. That's nervous system right there.
The lips were moving the exact same way the speech was.
You know, she looks like a marionette doll, like the eyes and the
First,
mouth
I wanted
and
to
everything.
introduce into the record page 55 from the committee's interview with FBI employees. Just have some administrative matters first. I wanted to introduce into the record page 55 from the committee's interview with FBI employee Loretta Demlow, who
She might be playing with herself. Her right hand's under her panties.
What the
First, I
fuck
wanted to
is
introduce
this,
into the
dude?
record page 55 from
Some
the
good
committee's
schizo
interview
shit.
with page 55 from the
Damn.
Oh man, the pressure's on her. She's nervous. That's all anxiety right there.
What do you think, expert panel?
Crazy. What's
See, Rusty's saying people with tism do repeat words they hear under their breath, but it's like real time though.
I mean, she could be like a close range telepath or
See, that's why I like Cecil. He goes straight to close range telepath. That's what I want to hear.
or I don't know. I've heard speculation that the girl that was mimicking was some type of droid or robot or something that was broadcasting to the speaker.
She did get that that droid face though. She did like animatronic eyeballs and stuff. Is what that looked like to me.
Yeah,
it's a motherfucking reptilian for sure.
Yeah.
Are there any articles on her talking about like her appearance, why she was like that?
I don't know. I just came across it. I'm gonna keep looking though.
What's her name? I mean,
no idea.
What's her OF?
Stacy Plaskett is the black lady talking, but I don't know who the
No, ventriloquist
Reptil-
dummy right there is what somebody else said too. Yeah, it looked just like a ventriloquist dummy. Like the way the eyes were
That's
moving.
what Stacy is, just a ventriloquist dummy. That's what it says.
Yeah, but you can't jump to that conclusion. You got to do more research.
administrative matters first. I wanted to introduce into the record
It's the internet. You just say some
55
crazy
from the
shit.
committee's
The
interview
numbers go up.
with FBI employee Loretta Demlow, who
It's a good one.
First, I wanted to introduce into the record page 55 from the committee's interview with page 50.
I wish we could get some good
55 from the
trolls
committee's
here.
interview which took place on July 17th.
Nothing good. I can't see the chat. When I'm...
In that,
No, Cuckoo Bird 91 is just doing his spurging.
Fed.
which
Fed.
took place on
Fed.
July 17,
Fed.
2023.
You're fed, dude.
In that, we're to leave this interview and we're to suggest or imply that
Feds
when
are
you
gonna
said
pay you to look
the
at
laptop was
Twitter,
real,
dude.
that it meant that the FBI had
Fed's gonna
affirmatively
pay you
determined in
to click a
October
button on
2020
Twitter.
that the laptop belonged to Hunter Biden.
Fucking dumb fuck.
The only Fed here is sleeping already.
To
Okay.
leave this interview and were to suggest or imply that when you said
Not me.
the laptop was real, that it meant that the FBI had affirmatively
Fair
determined
game.
in October 2020 that the laptop belonged to Hunter Biden.
Have
Would
you
they be
gone to that Hunter
represented
Biden laptop
correct?
website?
Answer by Ms. Demlow. They would be
No, what's on
represented,
it?
as I said, because I
Nothing.
don't have much knowledge of that.
It just seems like such
They would be
bullshit.
misrepresenting.
The camera rolls just they
Oh, it's
seem
full
like
of,
they're
like,
not
all kinds of-
legitimate.
Just pictures of dicks,
No.
basically.
No, it's not even. It's
No, you didn't
really
get to
not
see
even that
dicks.
bad.
You sound pissed.
It's really not that bad. Like there's so many just random pictures of like smoke and like I don't know. It doesn't seem legitimate to me. I don't know.
Okay, you're both restreaming and the numbers are dropping. We need you, Paulie. Come on, Paulie.
122. They just jumped up for me as soon as I looked.
We want to talk
122.
about rights and free. See, look at you want him. He wants to only do it where he can control your mic so he can mute you and shut you the fuck up when you box his ass in a corner with his bullshit views.
No, the nurses already put him to sleep. He can't stay up this late. He's not allowed to stay up this late.
No, every single time
Lights out. Lights out, Polly.
Like every single time I posted my live streams, they had 320 like views when I ended them, and then when I woke up, it had 270 like every single time. So they took away like 50
The
views.
suppression, man.
Yeah, they took away 50 views every single on every single stream. So I don't know like what like I don't know like how you could take away 50. Like I don't know what the system is where you just like automatically like take away 50, or I think it's because like the rest of my videos have consistently like 270 views, so they're just like, let's just put it at the same rate as the rest of the videos or some shit. But I don't know how you could like lose views on a video. Like how could like
Sweet dreams, Cecil.
I'll add the snoring effect soon.
Dream of Hyperborea.
Aldebaran.
I don't know how this dude sleeps with the lights on. Oh my god!
Shit, he caught us. Shit.
Looks like he's 50 years old.
Run. See, you would too, chopping onions that hard, dude.
Chopping broccoli.
Okay, this person, Jamani, says she has the same crazy eyes as the former Finland's Prime Minister, Sanna Marin. Let me look that up. Sanna Marin. It's reptilians, man. I'm telling you. That shit's real. Whatever the fuck it is.
You did a
I don't know
whole
what it
stream
is.
on the crazy eyes before.
Eyes
or whatever.
Chick was highly nervous.
It's called this Sarah Marin one doesn't look as crazy as that other bitch. Let's see if I can share this. Man, my Chromebook sucks. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Machine Lies got the same eyes. Hold on, do that again. Do that again. This motherfucker's a robot right here, reptilian. the reptilian lies right here.
Oh shit. Scary, man. You fucking terrorist.
Dude, I'm thinking that Machine Lies is Toilet Bowl Earth. I don't know
That's
about
what
you
I've
guys.
been saying, bro. The same fucking dude, same actor.
Same dude, same actor, trolling us constantly, dude. TBE's gotten me on so many different characters that he's had before. The AIX one, dude,
He's
that
also
one was
Provo.
so good.
He's Provo.
Ooh, I don't know about that one. I don't know
And
about that one.
Provo is Talcott Clips. You heard it here first.
I don't know.
Yeah, dude, only an autist could do that shit.
Nah, that that dude's been on live on Paul, and he's a total cuck for Paul.
Nah, his edits are better. Provo's edits are ass.
Who is it then? Who's Tailcock Clips? Let's get to this.
Just another Paul ball washer is all Talcock Clips is.
EBT, stop
washer.
making those Seal 6 edits, man. That shit's corny. It's terrible.
I know
Overkill.
I know it's terrible and overkill. Jeez, why you gotta call me out like that, man?
Okay, this bitch
Just looking out for you, man. Just looking out for you, man.
I like the VHR fucking filters and stuff, man.
This looks like Jacinda, this lady here,
Terrible,
too.
It is terrible. That was the last one was really terrible. I don't know why I even put that out.
This lady looks like Jacinda. Like,
Look it out, bro.
vibe, man. It's a vibe. Speaking of New Zealand, where the fuck's Claire, dude?
Gone.
Okay, look at these ears. There's no way this is a real person. Look at those fucking ears. It's a mask, dude.
Look, it's showing right there in that picture that she is also Tucker Carlson. Jacinda is Tucker Carlson. They have to tell you.
It's a motherfucking mask.
First vagina.
Why is she
Drew
wearing a
Soul.
fucking...
The first vagina drew soul. He thought to himself, "Damn, this is fake. It's got to be fake."
I didn't think that shit. I believed it.
I mean,
Yeah, where's
the last time
Illumitami?
you saw
What-
one, JG?
The man, Illumitami, the informant, working with the police, talking to the cops. We got your time. We know you're a
AG, how
cop.
much homeless pussy do you get?
I stopped getting pussy. I stopped trying, man. I don't even try anymore. I'm just a man.
That's when you get the most.
It's JG Tao. JG going his
Not
own
even
way.
trying to make a move on girls. Not even trying to pick them up. You know,
Why not?
once in a while. Once in a while. I don't like people. I keep to myself. Once in a while I'll get laid, but I'm not even trying right now.
But they see you skateboard.
But I have seen
and they're
some
throwing their
nice
panties
looking
at you.
Native American. I've seen some nice looking Native American girls out here. Few and
I
far
mean,
between though.
what you gonna do with your life, JG? I mean, what, you're 38 years old right now?
Intervention time.
Yo, what am I gonna do with my life? All right, we're not going there.
I mean, I'm worried about
EBT.
you, brother. What you gonna do with
Nurse
your life,
Ratchet,
brother?
relax. Nurse Ratchet, relax
Okay, I'm
there.
sorry.
Take your
I'm
moment.
sorry. I'm sorry. I was
Another
trying to
sip
do
of
a
that
Paul and
alcohol.
slave moment. I was trying to do some online
Oh,
therapy.
yeah, I got you. I got
Trying to do
you.
some
I see you.
psychological-isms on you.
Wait,
But
you're
we worried about
38?
you, JG. What you gonna do with your life, JG? What you planning on
Not end
doing?
up like Cecil. I don't want to end up like Cecil. I'll tell you that.
I mean, it's almost like Cecil's almost got a little bit better than you, though. to
Hey,
be
he's on a
honest with
pillow
you.
right now.
Well, yeah, to you.
I mean, what you gonna do, JG?
To you. To you guys. You gotta look at it in my perspective, man. Put yourself in my shoes, man.
Come up to Chicago. I'll get you a job.
Nah, I'm good. I don't want to associate with you.
I'll just hang out with you on the internet all night. But I don't want to associate with you.
If you can hustle, I'll get you a job.
Well, no. In real life, I can't associate with you guys. I can't be around you.
Why not?
Telescope wants the link. It's pinned, Telescope. Go ahead and join up.
But if they're on your restream, though, it's not pinned on your side.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, he's probably on my stream.
Who's this? Who's Telescope?
He's kind of big in different segments and stuff. Let me see if I can do that. That's too much work. Telescope, go to the main. It's Get Chalked Up. I'm not trying to do all that shit right now. Get Chalked Up is where the main stream is at, and the link is pinned there. I guess I can do it. Okay, I'll go ahead and continue.
Copy and paste, bro. It's not that much work.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
GPT, where do you want to see it?
How do I even copy and paste out of this thing? Well, hold up.
Where do you guys wish I was? You know?
You need to be raising a family.
That's it. That's it. Wife and kid.
No, not necessarily. I mean, not necessarily. Where do you see yourself in 5 years, JG? What's your 5-year plan?
Hold on, I'm too fucked up to have a kid. Plus, I don't like people. It's like you grow up. I don't like people. I understand people. I don't want to have kids. I shouldn't have a kid. You know, that's where I'm.
Yeah. Kids is a lot of work, man. A lot of work.
No, it's not the work. It's me as a person. I should not have kids.
I shouldn't either. I really probably shouldn't either, but I do. Yeah, you're right, Cuckoo Bird 91. That's my plan, sir. 5 more years and I get that Fed pension and I ain't got to do shit. Just sit at home and get that Fed money.
You're a Fed. You're a Fed. Great stream, guys.
Then he's asking me back on your backstage. He's really asking me, "Are you a Fed? Are you a Fed?" Dude was really gung ho and serious.
Cool. All right, so are we gonna do like 3 hours of Cecil snoring, or where are we going with this?
We're going right here. We got our boy Telescope in the house.
What's up, sir?
What's going on, Telescope? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up, man?
We want to know your stance on circumcision.
I mean, isn't it all relative? I mean, it depends on like what religion and stuff you follow, right? I mean, like the Jews, that circumcise their children or commit genital mutilation. I think it should be called. At age 12, 13, you get the breasts. You know what I mean? It just depends on all that kind of stuff.
At age 12, 13. Jeez, that's horrific.
You didn't know about that?
I mean, generally it's done at like when they're an infant.
Yeah, no, breasts is done when they're older. It's kind of the introduction of puberty.
I don't want all that foreskin.
There's even weird like things of like people have gotten STDs over brisses and all that kind of stuff because the rabbi doesn't clean them properly. Yeah.
Hey, Machine Lies, it's pretty common for Muslims to be circumcised, is it not? Or am I?
Yeah, I believe it is.
That too.
We're in the 4th hour. It's 4th hour foreskin.
1 second.
You ever have you guys watched that documentary on American circumcision?
No, what is it? I don't think I could watch it.
It's pretty fucked up because it talks about how like the majority of Americans get circumcised regardless of religious beliefs, as if it's a sanitary kind of practice. But then like there's all this weird, like they literally strap the infant to like this board. There's like this circumcision board where it's like a molded like thing where like it has straps where they strap their legs and their arms down. And it wasn't like it wasn't until the 90s where they thought that infants the medical establishment did not believe that infants were able to feel pain. So like when they did circumcisions, they didn't give any kind of anesthesia or whatsoever, or eat like local or whatever. So like the child screaming wasn't a sign of the child being in pain. It was just, common things with an infant. So like they would just strap the child to the board and do the circumcision, and then that was the thing. So like you're automatically brought right after birth, pretty relatively after birth. You're involved in this kind of really kind of sick kind of thing, and you're forcing this trauma thing early on in life. But for me personally, and I'm just saying this because I am circumcised myself, I will say that uncircumcised dicks are gross. That's who I'm going with. That hot fourth hour uncircumcised penises are gross. I'm going with that.
I think looking at dicks, dog.
I mean, there's two different things, right?
That's why they're pushing it. That's why they're pushing it, because uncircumcised is fucking crazy living.
Okay, uncircumcised is. Uncircumcised is aesthetically more pleasing.
Look,
right?
I got my small hat on. Uncircumcised penises are gross.
But I'm also going to say though too, the reason why they came up with the idea of the pain and the child deals with consciousness, right? We don't have memories. Around like 3 years old, we start developing memory. When you do it as an infant, you don't have those experiences. You can't recall those. That's why. I have a Derek Parfit is a really good epistemological philosopher, and he kind of breaks down that like you don't develop personhood until like you develop consciousness. That's kind of what develops. So when you do it before then like technically you're not a person. So it's easy to do that, right? It's fascinating.
Well, what age would he say that you have consciousness?
I would say around 3. We develop consciousness.
Oh, I don't know. Do you have kids? Telescope?
I have a stepson. He's a little older, but no, we don't develop memory. It's about individualistic.
They got memory. They got hella memory though. Under 3 years old.
What's your
hella
first
memory? Shit that you don't even think that they should remember. Them motherfuckers remember that shit.
So,
How do they remember the words?
What was your first memory? Do you know what consciousness is?
Being aware.
You know what consciousness is? Like self-awareness.
Children are consciousness. They're awake. They're involved in their environment. They have consciousness.
What was your first memory?
What was my first memory? I don't. That's a hard one to say. What? My first memory.
My first memory was my head coming out of my mom's vagina. I vividly remember that.
My first memory is meeting John Paul II, Pope John Paul II in Iceland when I was like 2 years old. That was my first memory.
So yeah, like around like 2 to 3 years old. That's when you develop consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
I think consciousness is broader than self-awareness, isn't it? Because self-awareness is like one.
What?
No.
No.
I mean, just being awake is being conscious, right? I mean, like,
yeah.
you're interacting with the environment. If you touch something hot, you're going to react to something hot. Like, you're going to react to external stimuli.
We're talking about idealism.
From the moment that you're born, you have consciousness, as long as you're awake, right?
So you follow like the stream of consciousness ideal, right?
Can you elaborate on that, perhaps?
The stream of consciousness. It's kind of the argument to like Freudian metaphysics, where you have to deal with a subconscious and the ego and superego. You just have from the time that your brain was developed.
No, we don't even have to complicate it that much. I'm just saying, like,
No, it's not. I mean, it's a very complicated question. So, like, you would say,
I would say consciousness is interacting with external stimuli. That would be what I would say consciousness is.
Just experiencing external stimuli. That's it.
Experiencing and interacting with external stimuli is what I would say consciousness is.
That's pretty basic.
Yeah, but to me, it seems like it is just kind of a basic question. That's
not.
kind of
No, it's not exactly a basic question. It's complicated. Do you dream tonight?
Am I conscious when I'm dreaming?
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on that?
Are you conscious when you're dreaming? Like, is that all part of the stream of your consciousness? That, like, you're where you exist in your dreams, right? But you also have experiences within your dreams.
Are we getting into
are those experiences?
do I know whether I'm awake now or whether I'm sleeping right now? Is that where we're going?
I think you're moving the goalposts.
I would say that in general, consciousness is when an awake human being is interacting with external stimuli within his environment.
You ever had a dream that it really affected you?
Yeah, maybe, perhaps. I had
Could you recall it? If I asked you right now to recall one of those dreams, could you do that?
One time I had a dream that people would be judged by the content of their character and not by the content or color of their skin. I had a dream about that one time.
Okay, Martin Luther King. Reverend Martin Luther King.
Had that same dream.
But no, I'm talking about, no, seriously, like, just be human.
Yeah, no, in general, I have a lot of dreams, and they might affect me for like several hours within the next waking consciousness period. I might, and I've talked about this before on streams. You're kind of new here, but like, I've had sleep apnea and narcolepsy since I was 15 years old. So part of that is that, like, I do a lot of lucid dreaming in general, right? So like, it's very common for me to have like extended dream periods. Like, I can wake up for a dream and then go right back in the same dream and like continue waking, going back in a dream, waking, going back into a dream for like hours on end, right? Like, and essentially, like, I can kind of like control where my dreams are going to some extent.
That's a lucid dream. Yeah.
But and though I experience this on a pretty regular basis, but I don't believe it's any form of necessarily awakened consciousness, though. I believe it's something else, right? I would say I define it as something. I guess really kind of gets into a definition of terms. Really is where it gets confusing.
We're talking about this. We're talking about streaming. So we're talking about the streaming consciousness. So if you believe, like, hey, the day I developed consciousness, or the precursor to develop consciousness, until the day I die, all of those experiences are real. That there's no real differential between like the ideal versus the physical reality.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's how do you know that you're not dreaming, right? That's the
it's like the philosopher Ibn Sina. He had this kind of thought experiment of a man hanging in space, and he said if a man was suspended hanging in space, and he couldn't like touch himself, he would not be able to verify his own existence by his own experience, but he would be aware of knowing that he's thinking about his own awareness. So he basically constructed Descartes' thought experiment before Descartes ever did his own thought experiment with his notion of this hanging man in space. So he thought
what year is that? What year is that written?
That's in 900 AD when Avicenna wrote. It was as early as the medieval period, but he said you could conceive of imagination without experience. You know, so imagination is part of consciousness, but it's not part of, you know, experience. You know,
So what's your thought? So what's your thoughts of existentialism? Existence precedes essence.
That was one of Avicenna's points. He said that God that God is the being whose essence is contained within his existence. So he said God is the only being where where his essence is contained as his existence. So he said existence and essence only meet within God.
What happens if there's no God? That man created God out of necessity to provide meaning to a person's life. Our existence precedes our essence.
Well, how would you know that man created God? Because that would be
that. How many gods do you believe in?
I believe in one God.
How are you deriving? How are you deriving the distinction between your existence and your essence?
Essentially some organs and some oxygen and some nitrogen and whatever.
How do you know that you are those things, though?
How do I know?
Is that the distinction that's being made? Is that the distinction?
I experience it. Like if I go in my kitchen and
so your experience is your
I
consciousness.
pull out a thing that I perceive to be a knife, and I cut myself, and I feel pain. Right, like I can experience those things. Now Descartes
consciously you experience that.
So Descartes, technically, in my opinion, he had a really strong argument for solipsism. He couldn't come above his argument without God at all. That's why he's considered a rationalist philosopher.
Well, what is the argument outside of absolute solipsism?
Wasn't it an assumption? How do you know this is real?
That's what thinkers after Descartes would say, right? Like, I mean, we have to essentially presuppose these things, right? That these things are happening outside of ourselves, right?
Sure. I experience these things, so these things must be real. So we're very much brings them in tune with what you're talking about, the stream of consciousness, right? So, like, how do you differentiate those dreams from reality?
That might be hard to pin down, like really verbally to say that, but like I can make a delineation between what I'm experiencing right now, talking to you on this internet, and what I experience when I'm in a state of dreaming. I feel like I have an ingrained ability or whatever to be able to know what is dreaming when I'm in a sleep state and what I'm experiencing in a conscious reality, you know, as an awake being experience whatever this is right here, right now. Okay.
And maybe they're reverse, right? Like maybe when we perceive that we're actually dreaming, and maybe when we're dreaming, we're actually awake.
Yeah, perhaps.
Right.
Perhaps that's the case, but then why would that matter then? So it would be the same thing. So like it would just be a definition of terms at that point, right? Like maybe I'm explaining it wrong. Maybe I am in a dream state, but when I'm in what I would call a dream state, maybe perhaps that is actual reality. What would that matter, right? I still know that I'm definitely experiencing different things. I know when I'm experiencing awake reality, and I know when I'm in a dream state.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and that's our existentially. I would say that's our own personal values, right? Which one matters if it's all just the same thing, right?
It's like this. It's like perception requires duality. So if you perceive something outside of yourself, it had to have, in some sense, came from your own mind. So then in another sense, what we're dealing with is something called mind, which you can't really define, because in a dream, everything makes sense. So even reason can deceive you, because if you're perceiving things that make perfect sense to you, then you can construct a world out of reason that's not real. You know, so there
Yeah,
has to be
you
an
can't.
authority. So there has to be an authority above reason itself.
Let,
You know,
There doesn't have to be. There doesn't
let
have
me
to be.
push back to I would feel like in the dream world, I feel like perhaps I'm outside of logic. Like there are things that don't necessarily logically make sense to me that happen, right? Like or that I could necessarily have the ability to cognitively decipher what's going on in this dream world. But here, I believe, I don't know if believe is the right word, but like there is an ability here when I'm awake, when I'm conscious, I have the ability to kind of destruct these things in a cognitive way to where I can apply the laws of the laws of logic to what I'm experiencing right now in my awake reality, right? But in the dream world, that might not necessarily always be the case, right?
well,
But that
three
that again
options,
is the delineation. Which one is the real world? And then I mean, if that's just going to lead down a path of skepticism to where what do you even know about anything, right? But I mean, like I think as in general, my human nature is telling me I'm awake right now. I'm talking to the machine lives. I'm talking to Telescope. Cecil Drake is in Dream World right now. Drew might be in Dream World right now. I'm experiencing this in real time as an awake, conscious being right now.
but
This is what I'm experiencing.
I see and meet. Okay, I see and meet people in my dreams that I don't know who the fuck they are, and then I also go to places in my dreams where I've never fucking been to in real life. So there's either three options: either I made this motherfucking place up, either it's a place I've been to and I don't fucking remember, or it's an actual motherfucking place that just doesn't exist in any other place other than your motherfucking mind.
How often do you experience deja vu, Telescope?
When I was younger, I used to experience a lot. As I've gotten older, I don't really experience it. I have. I mean, I do agree. I have dreams that I go to like weird places. When I like weirdly nap, I'll dream about the universe. So like, and I'll have like lucid dreams of that kind of stuff, of like me on like make or like Pluto and like trying to like focus on the Earth and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
When I lucid dream, it's a combination of all things that I'm experiencing in actual consciousness. So it'll be people that I know, locations that I know, and it'll be a strange combination between people that I know, locations that I know, but in a ununderstandable connection between people that I know and places that I know.
Yeah.
It's generally what I experience.
Yeah, I'll have that. So I had like a weird dream the other day of I was debating my mind like that, the half sleep, half awake thing. Of I was trying to figure out if my fiance and I went to Finland or Florida in a dream. Now, and we were on a plane, and like I couldn't figure out if we. And bear in mind, we'd never been to either fucking place on a plane, so like it was one of those things. But yeah, I completely understand what you're talking about.
And I even see I've had personal experiences where dreams have essentially become revelatory, like like when I found my father dead, like I had a dream the night before of experiencing something similar to that, and then the day that I woke up was the event that happened and stuff like that. So like I don't deny there's some kind of weird spiritual, preternatural, supernatural, metaphysical thing going on there when we're dreaming, but I think it's very easy to say that I'm conscious right now and I'm not in a dream. Like whether that's a brute fact, whatever you want to call that. Like I feel like I'm awake right now. I'm communicating with you guys. I'm not in a dream state. And to me, that's obvious. And that's all I have to rely on my senses, because what else do I have to rely on my senses? But at the same time, I do understand my senses can deceive me, right? Like if I have a glass of water and I put a straw in it, the straw might look bent, but I know that the straw is not bent, right? Even though part of my senses are telling me the straw is not bent, right?
Perhaps you brought up an interesting thing and made me think of my childhood. I remember being like, I think like 6 years old or so, and I had a dream one night. It's one of those weird, like, unexplicable things, you know. I had a dream one night that Freddy Krueger killed the next door neighbors. Now, and I used to stay with my grandparents a lot when I was younger. And I woke up the next day, and my grandparents had like one of those like right on boards or whatever on the refrigerator. And like, hey, we're next door. You know, the neighbor's wife died. It was one of those weird, like, coincidental kind of like things in life. But yes, I do agree. So, you know, like our senses can deceive us. You know what I mean? What may like taste really good to you may taste like shit to me. You know what I mean? That's what was expected.
Well, and then I guess to kind of like, not necessarily steal a man what you're talking about, but I have experienced where would have reoccurring dreams that would peripherate in kind of my waking reality. One that I used to have all the time was, I used to always have this dream of my dad coming in, because my dad was in the Navy and we were stationed in Iceland for a couple of years. And we had like this little tiny apartment in Keflavik, Iceland on the Navy base. And I remember my mom had made me like this tent bed, right? So I had a bed and it had a tent on it. And it was like in the front room of this apartment. And I used to always have this dream of my dad coming in and my Master Chief dad coming in and yelling at me as the Master Chief, but he was yelling at me in Icelandic. Well, my dad had no idea to speak Icelandic. Who the fuck can speak Icelandic anyways? But like, so he would yell at me in Icelandic, like in this specific cadence in this dream. And I would have this dream all the time. And then like, I remember when I got older in life, when I was a teenager, I would always have this dream. And then I would also like kind of hear, before I was told that I had narcolepsy or whatever, they would tell me like I would experience this sound of my dad yelling at me in Icelandic, and they would usually result in a sleep attack or whatever, where I'd fall asleep. And then so like originally they sent me to a psychologist, right? And the psychologist wanted to kind of, I told him this, and he wanted to connect this thing and say, well, maybe your father was abusing you when you were in Iceland and all this kind of shit and all this kind of stuff. But it never really connected. And then essentially just eventually just kind of went away. But like there is these times where these dream things kind of really do transcend into our waking consciousness. And that really does present the idea of how do we know what is the dividing line in the dream world to the awakened consciousness world, right? So if that made any sense, I don't know if that made any sense.
Well, it's like, you know, there's the mind, you know, like they actually don't know what mind is, because, you know, like thoughts are reflections on experiences. If you're having thoughts, you're thinking about shit that happened or about concepts and shit. So thoughts require shit that already like thoughts require content, you know, and experiences require input like from external stimuli. So none of those things are mind, and then you can't find any of those things within the brain. You know, so you can't find memories and shit in the fucking brain. So they're not so neither thoughts or experiences are identical to the brain. and those
Well,
things require something already to happen. Like thoughts require consciousness. Like thoughts are happening within consciousness. Experience are happening within consciousness. So what the fuck is consciousness? You know, that's something bigger than thoughts and experiences. You know?
Do you believe in dualism?
No.
You don't believe in dualism. So you're providing a dualistic argument that the mind and body are different things. Are they connected?
Yeah, we
well, I
have to
believe
define dualism. Though
well,
that's
I
a
believe
big
in
broad.
panpsychism. You know, I believe
I know
everything.
panpsychism. Yeah, I know panpsychism.
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, I believe everything is mind. You know.
So when
essentially.
you do reduction on that, right? Like material reduction, do like individual singular atoms have consciousness?
I think to a certain extent they do. In my opinion, I think an atom, like the lowest level of like being, has consciousness. I think everything that God creates is like alive in some
Okay,
sense.
does your microphone have consciousness?
I don't think it's I think it's part of a the totality of experience. So it's
No,
not
no, no.
conscious, but
Does your microphone have consciousness?
does my microphone have consciousness?
Yeah.
Well, I think
You
it's
said
part of,
you said you're a panpsychist. I understand what that means.
I see how you could extrapolate that to where the microphone would have consciousness. Is it sentient though? Would be probably the next.
See, I think consciousness is broad, like I just said. Well, you know, if we're dealing with thoughts and experiences, it doesn't have thoughts and experiences, but it's part of experience. It's part of
Well,
the
I wouldn't have experience.
totality.
You could wake up. You could stand up right now and throw that microphone against the ground. It would have an experience. Did it have a conscious experience?
Yeah, I would.
Because panpsychism is the backbone of pan mean all, you know, based on Baruch Spinoza's philosophy and of the ethics and but like everything has conscious. Everything's all God. At panpsychism, David Chalmer. Everything
that's
is
pantheism. I'm
no,
saying
that's
I'm just saying
panpsychism.
panpsychism. I'm not saying
panpsychism. Yeah, no. It's built upon the philosophy of pantheism. Panpsychism means everything has consciousness. It's the philosopher is David Chalmers. I have this book upstairs. I forget the name of it. Who teaches that?
But that's epiphenomenalism. That's a whole like his panpsychism is based on epiphenomenalism. That's totally different thing.
I mean, that's all part of it.
Yeah, but if you believe atoms have consciousness, then you're
it deals with
then
material.
you're Epicurean, and that's not what Spinoza believed.
No.
So
He was a pantheist.
Panpsychism.
He's a pure pantheist.
They're not all the same thing.
No, they're not. But one's built upon the other. I think you're moving the goalpost again.
No, they're not. They're not built upon the other. You could conceive of a form.
Are you a pure pantheist, or are you? Do you believe in some form of materialism?
Do I believe in materialism? Well, that's exactly what I'm saying, is that if I threw this microphone on the ground, you couldn't tell me that it happened as a conscious experience, or if I did that in a material world. I don't believe that I don't believe material exists.
You don't believe materialism exists at all?
Do I believe that like something called material exists? No, I don't think that there's one type of stuff in the world called material and you can apply that to everything in some sort of monism. I think that's ridiculous.
So you're
I wouldn't call everything material. That's kind of I would believe that's reductionist and basically retarded, because that means that everything is everything.
I don't think reductionism is retarded. Okay, like I think it's a pretty.
Wait, what?
Why can't we reduce things?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Reductionism is retarded. I mean, that's a terrible argument.
Well, I didn't make an argument about it. I just said.
You said reductionism is retarded. I mean, I don't understand that.
Well, if you say, what are you a materialist?
I like to. I firmly believe that. Yeah. Why not?
Okay, so you believe everything is one type of stuff called material?
No. I believe I'm a.
Well, that's what materialism is.
I would probably say I'm a what they would call it. I'm a property dualist.
So you're not a materialist.
I'm a property dualist.
Yeah, but I just asked you if you're a materialist, and you said you're not.
I believe in materialism. I think materialism gives uprise to consciousness.
But if you're a property
and mental states, and I believe mental states are different than physical states, which makes me a dualist.
Okay, so where do these mental states exist?
They give uprise from the physicality of the brain.
So what? So if you
I don't believe if I cut my hand off, I don't believe it has consciousness. Okay.
Well, if you
I believe
so, you believe if you recreate the complexity of a brain, then it'll project consciousness.
Why not?
Well, that hasn't been proven that can be done.
I mean, I can reproduce. I can have a child and be conscious.
Well, I don't know.
Do you believe we're all monads? Like just individualistic little ideals just floating around in the fucking universe, man?
Well, if you made stuff at a sufficient amount of complexity and it became conscious, then you would have to tell me what combination or a more sufficient level of complexity forms that consciousness. But that hasn't been able to be demonstrated.
If I cut your finger off, do you think it has consciousness?
Where does consciousness come from?
I'm saying it comes from the brain.
Are you saying the removal of the finger objectively happens, and then it's the subjective experience of the finger being removed?
Yeah, the finger has a subjective experience. Yeah, that's what I'm talking. Does the finger have a subjective experience? And if I materially reduce,
well, does the owner of the finger have a subjective?
Experience
of the objective removal of the finger.
I'm going to say yes. If I cut your fucking finger off, you're going to have probably a subjective experience of, oh, fuck, my finger's been cut off. I mean, but do you think the finger that was cut off has consciousness? And do the atoms in that finger, when we start material reducing it, have consciousness?
I mean, if we reduced it, wouldn't it have to be able to transmit that to another organ?
Sure, but we have nerves. We have nerves and all that kind of stuff. Like let's not ignore like physicality here. Like if something's wrong with you, you're gonna go to the hospital, right? Like if you feel pain in your side, you're gonna go to the hospital.
So what's
you're not going to a psychiatrist?
What's the distinction between physicality and material?
They're one the same. It's physical.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, say you have a clump of dead matter, right? And then it starts to develop a certain amount of complexity, right?
Yeah, it starts rotting. Yeah. Yes.
At what point does it become conscious?
It doesn't. That's what I'm saying.
So how does life develop from dead matter?
I mean, life evolves from live matter.
How does life emerge from dead matter? How does consciousness arise from dead matter if it's not already there?
Well, what's the delineation between dead matter and live matter, though? Would be, I guess, what I would say there.
Yeah. What would be the break off point?
Yeah,
the break-off point?
Once the finger's removed, why does it then become dead matter after the finger's removed from the body?
I'm arguing it's not conscious
experience.
I'm arguing that the finger doesn't have consciousness.
No.
Yeah, but at what point does a organism or being or system develop a sufficient amount of complexity to gain consciousness? You don't know that.
Evolution.
Yeah, evolution, right. So what makes consciousness arise from dead matter? That's my question.
Evolution. It's biologically evolved to uprise with those certain things, those features.
That's not a demonstration.
One part might be
when I consciously
mutation.
make this dog whistle,
probably
when I make this white power dog whistle, what's the difference between making this now if my hand was severed? Where are we? If my hand was severed while I'm making this white power dog whistle, then how are we determining where's the source of consciousness with that? Is it
we evolved? We lived in a nice habitable zone. There's probably some asteroid that fucking hit us that brought some precursor to RNA. And then certain things you deal with survival of the fittest, and then mutation involved with that as well. That would probably bring the uprising to more conscious things, and they become much more conscious of themselves. Like, I'm sorry, like we're probably the smartest things on planet Earth. You know, dogs aren't building rockets to go to Mars, right? Or sorry.
So how come?
We did send dogs into space, though.
So how come that didn't happen on thousands of stars?
Allegedly,
we did. No, we did. No, it's not allegedly. We did. But
no, but where's the life on thousands of star systems then?
Wait, what? The life of 1,000 star systems?
Yeah. If a fucking asteroid can just no, hold on. If a fucking asteroid can just smash up on a fucking planet and then some RNA can just mutate and shit, then how come that didn't happen on hundreds of star systems?
Because we haven't really been to those star systems. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, we've observed them.
You know, with the the closest star to us is.
Do you know what the Hubble space?
I'm asking. Yeah, you're right. EBT. Yeah, it's Alpha Centauri. You know how long it's going to take? If we wanted to send some people there, you know how long it's going to take us? About 3 generations. About 76 years.
You know, I always thought it was weird that we can see the galaxy in the sky, and the galaxy that we're in. Like, that's like crazy, man. That's like
space. Do you know how big space?
We can see the Milky Way, and we're inside of it, man. It's like crazy.
Space is fucking massive. This is not like. And eventually, it's going to die from a heat death.
Do we know that it's massive, though?
It's pretty fucking massive. No, we can observe from.
We're optically observing it, right? So it's the straw in the cup of water.
Sure. But you know what?
The straw in the cup of water is bent. So do we know that the straw is actually bent? No, we do not.
No, but we have
unless we can pull the straw out of the water and observe the straw coming out of the water to know that the straw is not bent.
Do you know what peer review process means?
Yeah, a bunch of people agree on something and they say that the other guy that said something was correct.
Yeah. So it's not just, it's a way to like differentiate from it all being subjective.
That doesn't mean that it's true.
But it makes it probably a little bit more true. I mean, unless you want to be
probably a little bit more true. I'll grant you that. I will grant you that. Yeah, it makes it probably maybe a little bit more true. But like, if we stuck the straw in the cup of water and all the peers said the straw is obviously bent once it goes into the cup of water, and then somebody comes out and said, I got this theory that the straw actually bends when it goes in the water, and all the peers said, yeah, the straw bends when it goes into water and we pull it out and it's not bent anymore, that would be peer review science, would it not be?
Sure, yeah. Why not?
I guess probably not. It wouldn't be really, though. Yeah, no, that's
I mean, sometimes, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, very much the was it Always Sunny in Philadelphia episode, right? Sometimes science is wrong, right? I mean,
Oh, science is always wrong. I mean, that's the point of science.
it's
Science
not always wrong. It's
wants
not
to be
perfect.
wrong. Science
Yeah.
wants to be wrong.
I'll give you that. Yeah, I mean, there's yeah, you want to do a study, and
That's the
sometimes
purpose
you go,
of science is you want to be wrong. That's the purpose of it.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Actually, I'll agree with that one.
If you're going in with the mentality that you're right, then it's not science.
It's biasness.
Bias, right? It's not fair.
I'll give you that. I never heard that argument, but I actually do with it. Hats off.
I mean, but these are age-old philosophical ideas, right? I mean, like at the end of the day, I mean, like, I don't know, you know, at the end of the day, we got to kind of rely on what we have to experience reality to some extent, and we have to at some point come to a basis for it, right? Like we have to.
You have to pay your rent or mortgage every month.
Well, no, I'm not even talking about that. I mean, we can't even do science if we don't even know whether we're conscious or we're asleep in a dream world, right? How are we doing science outside of that, right? How are we doing peer review in a dream world? How are we doing that?
We assume, right?
I guess this is
we assume that sun's gonna rise in the morning and set in the evening, right? I mean,
Well,
there
it's
was
it's like you allow yourself to be duped because a bunch of people believe some shit. Because how do you know what an expert knows unless you know what the fuck they know?
I can experience.
You just
things.
choose who you think is a fucking expert.
I can experience things. I just assume.
Yeah, but how do you know? How do you know? How do you know that the scientist knows any better than you do if you don't know what they know?
Well, first I'm going to assume the scientist exists.
Like you're not a fucking scientist.
First, I'm
how the
going.
fuck do you know that the scientist isn't lying?
How do you know that? How do you know what I am?
His name is Telescope. I mean, that's pretty scientific.
Yeah.
You know, they didn't even know that Saturn had rings until the invention of the telescope, right?
Are you a scientist?
Yeah. I'm a social scientist.
You're a social scientist.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't study physics.
Is physics the only science?
Well, you were talking about physics and shit. You weren't talking about. You were talking about.
And I had to be a physicist to talk about physics.
I mean, aren't we all?
Yes, you want to talk about evolution and biology, and you're saying that you have to rely on people who are experts who have peer reviewed shit. Then you wouldn't know that shit. You just said you wouldn't know.
I would say that I would appeal to Thomas Aquinas on this. Like any compiled, rational, structured view of anything necessarily is science. So, like maybe what Telescope is saying is cooking is a science, right? Like anything could be a science.
Yeah, like you admitted you don't know shit unless you're an expert. So if you're not an expert on those topics, then you don't know shit about them. I mean, according to your own logic, you know what I mean?
I didn't say
so
that.
You can't speak on anything you're not an expert on, unless you got a peer review shit attached to it. You know what I mean? So you can only speak on social sciences. You can't speak on evolution.
No, first of all,
you can't speak on theories of mind. You can't speak on any of that shit. You just discluded yourself.
No, you're moving the goalpost completely. Not logically concise. You're moving the goalpost.
I don't know. I'm going to side with Telescope on this. I don't know that I felt that was a viable touche there.
I don't know. I'm just trying shit out.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you want to start,
I'm trying to act smart.
logically,
I'm just a drunk retard on the internet. So.
No, but you're moving the goalpost.
Moving the goalpost. Well, I've heard that a lot. I've heard that a lot from you.
Yeah, I'm happy to know how I moved the goalpost, but like I don't know.
The argument is this, and you're moving it to this other thing.
There's a set place where the goalposts are. Can you define this set place where the goalposts are? And then perhaps, I mean, maybe we could play the game then if we know
I mean,
where
I can logically read it to you if you want.
you can what?
I literally sit here with my logical facts beside me all the time.
I'm sorry, you broke up. What? Oh, you got logical fallacy. You got them on deck.
Yeah, I literally read this show. So.
Which ones are being engaged right now?
Moving the goalposts.
Oh, moving the goalpost fallacy. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That dates back to what?
I mean, I can read it all. Actually, this is a really good book. It's called like Mastering Logical Fallacies by Michael.
It's almost like people can just like
Ricky.
invent logical fallacies like anytime.
Well,
they
no,
want.
there's a mathematical thing involved with it.
Oh, it's mathematical then.
It's all it's logic, reason, mathematics.
It's based on the base 10 system. Like what mathematical system are we basing the logic on?
Like P's and Q's.
P's and Q's. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Maybe. Perhaps we could go with that.
Okay. So let's see. 142.
The
most of this chat's like, what the fuck's even going on right now?
I don't know if the P or the Q, or the tilde mark was the goalpost here. You mean exclamation tilde.
So okay,
I mean, maybe we're not moving the goalposts. Maybe the goalposts are like this, like big. Maybe they're this big. Maybe they're this big. Like, I don't know. I mean,
okay,
like
so it's an informal fallacy. Proponent A puts forward argument P. Opponent B insists that evidence E is necessary for P to be accepted. Proponent A proposes evidence E. Proponent B now demands a new stringent and standard of evidence if E1 for P to be accepted, or proponent A accepts E as a standard of proof for P, but relaxes the criterion for proof of evidence E2 to be realizing the standard E1 cannot be met. To raise or lower the standard required of accepting an argument, the argument must be shown to be met, fail, or meet the previously agreed upon standard of proof. More generally, to change the terms of the debate or an argument after the debate or argument has begun.
All right. So your standard of proof was peer review. So that would be the logical fallacy of appealing to consensus.
Let me finish this off for a minute. Okay. So the example is, if we are to believe the movies, extortion relies on this sort of argument. You paid $1 million for your wife, as we agreed, but if you want to see her again, you better pay $1 million more. Real life example, Lawrence Krauss recently wrote a book stating that science had refuted the first cause argument for God's existence, contrary to the theologian's belief that nothing becomes from nothing. The famed cosmologist, cosmologist.
Hold up. Reread that real quick. Right? That one. Say that again. Example? No. Go back. What you're reading. Go back to that again. Nothing comes of nothing. Was that what it was?
Yeah. The theologians believe that nothing comes from nothing. The famed cosmologist stated that science.
What theologians? Again, we're appealing to authority, though, and we've
not
even defined the authority. So you're defining logical fallacies with logical fallacies. I mean,
Sure.
Where do we go from here?
I'm just reading this as a very layman on this.
No, I'm fucking with you. Just go ahead.
I know. So the famed cosmologist stated that science has shown something, i.e., the universe that could indeed come from nothing. Critics pointed out that nothing is which from the universe arose wasn't exactly nothing. It was a quantum vacuum which instead, although contained no particles, is nothing. To this, Cross responded, I don't really give a damn about what nothing means to philosophers. I care about the nothing of reality. And if the nothing of reality is full of stuff, I'll go with that. Here it is the proponent of an argument who misses and proceeds to move the goalpost. So there you go.
I don't know. I didn't get that. Machine lies. Do you have any do you have any perspective on that? I'm
Yeah,
lost.
it just exposed Lawrence Krauss, one of the key materialists, for being a fucking buffoon.
Actually, I actually met Lawrence Krauss. I went to the Reason Rally.
Yeah, it just showed how he was how he just engaged in the fallacy.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think it's a really good. This book is actually really cool. Like, I would suggest everyone getting it. Like, it's a really good book about watching.
So I mean, that's pretty brutal. That's one of the key materialist scientists right there, and he's engaged in a pretty brutal fallacy right there.
He's engaged very much in a lot of cancel culture too. But
yeah,
you know the story. You know the story. No, but no, I agree. No,
he's part of that. You know.
Mm-hmm. I actually met him before then. I went to the Reason Rally in like 2016, I think. Yeah, it's 2016. Down in Washington D.C. and I met him. And then I met Juliet. Technically, I watched what's his name? Bill Nye open for the Wu-Tang Clan.
Really?
Yeah, seriously, Wu-Tang.
No, hold
Wu-Tang
on. Okay,
was
hold
the,
on. Shit, Drew's not here, and some reason I don't have the keys on this. Oh, I only have keys on the main channel. I don't have keys here. I would love to pull that up if I could. Drew, are you still awake? Are you here, brother? Bill Nye with the Wu-Tang Clan. This is a real thing.
Yeah. So the Reason Rally, they held the Reason Rally in like 2016, and what do you call it? No, it wasn't 2016. It might have been 2015, I think, in Washington D.C.
Riz is super anti-religion. I know that for sure.
Yeah. So like they had like the Reason Rally. So like, what was his name? Randy, was it like? He used to have the $1 million challenge of like, hey, if you can prove like my skepticism wrong, like I'll fucking give you $1 million. No one ever won it. James Randi, that's his name. He just died. He spoke there. Bill Nye spoke. Penn Joliet spoke.
Oh, right. Really, Ben?
Lawrence Krauss's speech. I met him there, and this is before the
Bill Nye Wu-Tang. I'm googling it. I can't pull it up, unfortunately, because the main producer of the show is out right now.
Just do Washington D.C. Reason Rally. Should have been like 2015, I think. It was definitely 2014 or 2015.
I found Wu-Tang Clan's Jizza raps about science on the PBS News Hour.
Hilarious. But yeah, no. So Bill Nye did a speech that day. So technically, I watched Bill Nye open for the Wu-Tang Clan.
Bill Nye the Science Guys dances to Key Glock's song "Chromosome." That's one of them. Bill Nye comes for B.O.B. Von Flatter. Okay, whatever happened to B.O.B.? What happened to that dude? But yeah, no, I'm not seeing it. What did you say it was?
Reason Rally.
Reason Rally.
Washington D.C. Put in. I think it's 2014 or 2015.
2014. Let's see this. Al Jazeera is the first response that comes up for that. Shout out to my brother, The Machine Lies. But let's see. Atheist Rally, huh? Mm-hmm. Atheist Rally for Reason on National Mall.
Yep. Was that 2014?
I guess they've been doing it. They've been doing it for a while. They have a whole.
No, yeah, they've been doing it for a while. They've been doing it for a while. I'm trying to figure out if it was 2014 or 2015 because my memory is like, I'm getting old. I'm an old man now.
Oh, I mean, I was hoping that like Bill Nye did a rap with Wu-Tang.
Oh no.
Okay.
No, he did that day.
And Bill Nye doesn't even have a PhD. I mean, he's got like a master's or something, like even that. I'm not even sure.
I think it's a bachelor's in like
the bachelor's.
engineering.
They can't wish. Yep.
Yeah. Actually, I went to the the Ark Adventure and the Creation Museum before.
Oh, in Kentucky. Wait, which one? The one in Kentucky?
I went to both of them.
This fun. The one in Kentucky sued for flood damage, which I think is fucking hilarious. But
so the Creation Museum is in Illinois. I think it was Indiana. It's Indiana. But then, like, you have to drive 45 minutes to Kentucky to go to the Ark Encounter.
The Ark Encounter, yeah.
And like,
I thought the Creation Museum was like in Missouri or something.
No.
It's in Indiana. Okay, all right. I gotta go. That's the one with the dinosaurs and like man was with dinosaurs. And is that the one that has like the biodome thing? And I thought that was in Texas.
No, they have the they have the dinosaurs. Like, you go through a Garden of Eden exhibit, and it kind of gives you like this their own weird evolution of man. Yeah. Weird enough is like when you're looking at the walls. I have videos of it on my channel if you want to. Shameless self promotion, but
yeah, no, I would link it if I could, but I or pull it up, but I can't.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Our host has left. I can't do anything.
No, but like they'll have the scientific explanation of something right beside their explanation of it, and it's absolutely politically insane.
We talked about this. We talked about this earlier because I was asked if I was a young Earth creationism or old Earth, and I said that I reject both of them, and I really don't hold a position. But these young Earth creationism museums are fucking batshit fucking crazy. All of them are batshit fucking crazy, and I don't see where anybody could believe in them. For one, I reject dinosaurs as a whole. So any fucking museum, dinosaurs are fake as fuck, bro.
They're not. They're not fake. There's some dinosaurs that were faked, but they're not all fake.
The majority of them are fake as fuck.
There are
like 98% of them are fake as fuck.
What do you think a Tyrannosaurus Rex is?
That's the most fake one of them all. That's like the fakest motherfucker out there.
I mean, it's a pretty big skull.
They never found a full, complete skull of a T-Rex, though. Is the thing, though. So I mean, like,
we
it
can
literally is fake. It's fake as fuck.
Yeah, those shits are giant. Giant chickens, probably. Right?
If even that, we found one bone here. We found another bone here, and then we found like a third bone here, and then we make this whole skull out.
Do you reject? Okay, so do you reject all forms of evolution?
No.
So
I don't know. Can you preface that question a little better, though?
Okay, for language, for instance.
Do I believe that there was extinct species? Yeah. What the fuck do dinosaurs have to do with evolution, though?
We evolved. I mean, we were a shrew-like creature
from dinosaurs.
Yeah, we were a true-like creature around.
We was dinosaurs.
Yeah, our ancient ancestors were probably some true-like creature. Yeah,
we was dinosaurs. Is your argument right now?
Yeah, we evolved from something that lived with the dinosaurs.
So we wasn't dinosaurs, but we was something.
It was a true-like creature. It was like a true-like creature.
Like a what?
Shrew.
A shrill?
Shrew.
Shrew-like
creature.
Yeah, I saw that episode on Rocco's Modern Life when they go to the shrill. They go to the shrill fucking zoo and shit. I remember that one.
A shrew.
A shrew, yeah.
Yeah. We evolved
like like that. That's like a little like rat anteater
kind of mole, thing, kind of like a mole thing, yeah.
Like a mole rat. Yeah, a shrew. Yeah, mole rat. Yeah, kind of like a mole rat, yeah. So that's what we was. We was mole rats?
Yeah.
Okay. Like in reality or in the dream world? Or I I'm confused.
In a
on what-
in a materialistic.
in the material realm.
Yeah.
The one that we're conscious of.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, would you? If I told you to punch your monitor, would that be real?
I mean, I'm not going to do that, but
I wouldn't expect you to. I wouldn't want you to. But
I mean, I would feel that it was probably real. And it would probably cost me a few $100 if I did do
exactly,
that.
exactly.
Yeah.
Now we can reduce it
It's
to
the Jews.
idolism.
It's the Jews wanting us to think that's that real, right? Because then I'd have to pay more Jew money to
I
get another Jew screen.
Are you seriously being anti-Semitic right now, man? Come on.
No, I'm just playing. I'm just Jesus Christ. No, we love the God around here, sir.
I know you guys. I know you guys love the God around here. I'm gonna get this, man. I have sympathies.
We love the God.
I have sympathies towards pantheism and Satanism and Buddhism.
That's fine. You know, it's weird because for a minute I thought you were Catholic. I don't know why I thought that was maybe you're a different telescope than I was thinking, but
no, I'm not Catholic. I was raised Catholic.
You know who Carl is?
Yes.
Okay.
I love Carl. I think he's taking a break right now.
I do love Carl too, but he got really pissy with me recently, and I really kind of changed my opinion on Carl. He got mad at me for doxing Illumitami on a stream.
Yeah, he's very anti-doxing. I don't believe in doxing either, but
I don't believe in doxing either, but it really wasn't doxing because it was a different scenario. But he got really, really mad at me. But
yeah,
I thought we were tight. He's put me in edits that he's made and shit. Yeah. Like I thought we were tight, but
I've known him for a little over a year. So
okay,
he comes from my neck of the community that I have to handle, as you guys have to handle your community too. Ours is a little different, but he comes from our stuff.
So you're like a quarter of like the offspring of the blood sports debate. Is that
no? Ours deals with the People's Convoy, the 1776 Restoration Movement.
Oh, okay. So I mean, obviously, Truth or Crop and everything, right? Or
Yeah, he was a member.
Renaissance Productions and all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, he was a member.
Yeah,
I went against them the entire time, and so did Carl.
Yeah, we did too. I mean, I called it the Convoy. That was my name for it early on.
It's the free dumb movements. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, dumbs though. It gets into something else deeper too as well there. But
I mean, and our side even has like weird connections with politicians, kind of infamous people. I mean, it's dealing with the 70, the J6 stuff. That's from and we have like our side is against their side, but our side has a bunch of grifters that we fucking hate. Like it's a complicated mess.
Okay, so like, are you like a patriot of some sort, or no? Or
no?
Are you a commie? You're a fucking commie then?
I mean, idealistically, I would say anarcho-communist, but
you took a long time to answer that question, sir.
I'm answering your question.
Commie confirmed.
I'm stating that I have sympathies towards anarcho-communism. I recognize that political philosophy doesn't work in our society, right? So
I mean, if you said anarcho-syndicist, I might like have sympathy, but you said anarcho-communist. I don't know, sir. You're looking pretty sus. You're looking pretty sus in my book right now, sir.
What sus for what?
Are you a left or a right-wing communist?
I'm a left-wing communist.
Okay. All right. Cool. Kind of figured that already, but
I don't really understand what the issue is. I know when I do the political quadrant test, it comes out like left libertarian. It comes out left libertarian, but I do have these towards other things. I recognize.
At least you're
the
competent
rational.
enough to be able to like talk about these things, because most conspiracy theorists in our segment would be like, I don't believe in the left and right paradigm, man. Like,
We have that.
all this,
We have
you know,
that.
all this kind of dumb.
We have that over here.
The
but
left
I'm
and
gonna tell
right
you
paradigm
what.
exists, whether or not you say that it don't exist. It's
Well,
still
one
a delineation of
actively
what your beliefs are. But
one actively doesn't want to give the other health care. And they
are you Canadian?
I mean,
What? I'm sorry. What? Are you Canadian?
I have a lot of Canadian friends, and no,
Are you American?
no, I'm not Canadian.
Are you United States? United Statesican? Are you United Statesican?
Yeah, I'm a United Statescan. Yeah, and I have
Like Minnesota or something? Were you in Minnesota or Wisconsin? New
Maryland.
York? Maryland. Oh, of course. Yeah, that makes sense. DC, you're in DC then? Or
No.
are you in Maryland?
Maryland.
Okay.
I'm in Appalachia.
Gotcha.
Appalachia, Maryland.
So you're heavily inbreeded then?
No,
No?
not all. No, I'm fine.